Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to News Time Live. I'm your host, Patrick Walsh. Today is the 27th anniversary of the tragedy at Waco, Texas, and the 25th anniversary of the attack on America, the Oklahoma City bombing. And so today on this anniversary, we're going to have an expert, a journalist named Gary Hunt, who with his Outpost of Freedom was broadcasting starting on March the 3rd, 1993 from Waco, Texas, with his Outpost of Freedom through the American Patriot Fax Network. If you don't know what the American Patriot Fax Network is, it is a network, the technology of the 90s. We're going back there, before emails, before live streaming. The way to get the information out there was through fax. So with Gary Hunt, through his Outpost of Freedom, connected with the American Patriot Fax Network, informed all of America of the goings-on of what was happening from Waco. And one of the first journalists that was there, and the only one that anybody in the Patriot community was hearing from, was Gary Hunt. So I'm going to introduce Gary Hunt. Gary Hunt, thank you for joining me here on News Time Live broadcast.
Well, thank you for inviting me, Patrick. It's made me go back quite a bit to review what I did so long ago. Patriot, there were two methods. There were also mail lists, but most people didn't have email then. So I had a couple hundred people at the peak during Waco, a couple hundred people on a mail list. Mm-hmm. But Patriot Ken Varden started Patriot Fax Network, American Patriot Fax Network, in February, and I started writing Outpost of Freedom in February before the events in Waco. And I was writing rather lengthy articles at the beginning, and Ken had me back it down because he had 8,000 people on his fax network. He had two fax machines going all night long, automatically faxing, which I used later on, but I wasn't using then. I would fax to him. I would have to get a ride across Waco to where I could get to a fax machine, Kinko's, and fax it to him, and he would put it on both machines, and they would run all night long, and to get out to the 8,000 people he had on his network. And that was the only communication except for a radio broadcast. I did over 100 interviews while I was in Waco, and it was a way. I run across people still that still recall receiving the faxes or the emails back then. So it was the beginning of networking in the Patriot community for all intents and purposes. The event and the methods were both exceptional at the time.
Okay, and what inspired you to drop everything? And you had a business. Tell us about, you sold your business, you packed up everything, and you went down to Waco, Texas to show support for the Branch Davidians. Tell us about that.
I didn't sell the business. I had a good crew, Gary D. Hunt, professional land surveyor. I had a good crew and a good secretary. She was the ex-wife of another surveyor, and she understood the survey business. So we stayed in touch, and she would fax me drawings that I had to sign, and I would sign them and send them back to her. And I had every intention of going back to my business. I had been county surveyor in Orange County, Florida, and later county surveyor in Seminole County, Florida. And then I set up my own business, and it was going quite well. I was making about $85,000 a year back then, which was far cry. Back then, the candy bars cost about 50 cents, 40 cents. Mm-hmm. Now they're about $1. So it gives you an idea of probably about $160,000 a year.
Okay. Now, as a journalist, you went down there. You started.
And I went there, and I had a round trip ticket, and I was supposed to return in 5 days. I got there on March 5th. I was supposed to return, I think, on the 11th, mm-hmm. Because we thought it would be over. But what would happen is I received a phone call from somebody that I'd been in communication with, Cy Monette, he's deceased now, in Waco, and he said, "Do you know what's going on in Waco?" And I said, "No." And kind of briefed me on what he had known. This was on the 28th.
February 28th. Yeah, February 28th. February 28th was when the siege began and news started first breaking out.
Right. So I called he gave me the name of the Dallas Tribune, I think it was. And so I called them and I got a guy on the phone and he said, well, we're awful busy right now. And I said, can you just read me what's going out over the air? So he read it to me. And it was kind of funny because he kept saying compound. He didn't say church. He said compound. And so at that point, I made arrangements, and a friend of mine from Florida went with me. Cy introduced me to Dewey Millar, who's now deceased as well, and Dewey and Steve Roberts were staying at Dewey's house, and so we'd made arrangements for them to for us to stay at their house. And when I got there, two guys from Colorado, I don't recall their names right now, but so there were 6 of us working on it. Now, the guy that flew out with me had the same round trip ticket, and he went back after 5 days. So the other 5 of us became what we referred to as the Waco team, and they helped me extensively in getting to Kinko's and to do research, go to the courthouse and things like that. So we had this team working together. I was the writer, and I worked on a team system since then, still do when I even as recently as covering the trial in Burns, Oregon. Have this team working, people that like my work and are willing to stay hidden for, and I can explain the reasons for it later, but whose names are not made public for cause.
You're working now with Redoubt News?
No, I'm friends with Redoubt News, but they're not part of they're not a part of the team. Redoubt News was the one that when I was ordered by the court to remove from my pages, and this goes to the siege in Burns, Oregon. I was ordered to take it down from my pages. Actually, the FBI wanted me to go to prison and wanted to take it down everywhere on the internet. And what we settled on was I would take it off of my page, and Redoubt put all the original, the redacted versions I could leave on my page, my words, but not the information I got from the documents I wasn't supposed to have, which is the FBI documents from the evidence.
Okay, and what was going on in Waco around the time? You started basically sending a lot of the faxes out on March the 5th, and you also started doing radio programs, and you were a guest on many different radio programs that I've read. And I know from what they were saying, the FBI and the ATF did not like a lot of the broadcasters. One in particular, Ron Engelman, and yourself did a broadcast on March the 9th, and Bob Ricks, head of the FBI, was doing a press conference just days later. Basically, they didn't want to give David Koresh and the Branch Davidians a mouthpiece to get out there. They cut off all the power. They cut off all communication. They had the Branch Davidians totally surrounded in the days after the February 28th siege, going in to early March. Now, on March the 9th, you had a broadcast where you were on the Ron Engelman show. Please tell us about your broadcast with Ron Engelman on March the 9th.
Actually, I wasn't on the show. Ken Fawcett I'd met shortly after I got to Waco. Ken's from the Waco area, but he knew Ron Engelman, and so he was going on the show, and we'd arranged for them to introduce me to the people in Koresh, because there was no way to communicate directly with Koresh except they had radios at the time. So I was on the line to Ken. He was in the studio with in Dallas with Ron Engelman, and during the course of the conversation, something occurred to me. As a surveyor, quite often I represented clients with the power of attorney. The power of an attorney is a rather powerful document. And so I had Ken it occurred to me, I asked Ken to ask Ron to ask the Davidians or David Koresh if he would grant me a power of attorney to speak on his behalf from outside of Mount Carmel.
Mm-hmm.
And they decided the signal would be if they would wave the antenna, the dish antenna, rock it back and forth. And they did rock it back and forth. And as Ken said, they vociferously, it kept going back and forth, back and forth. And then they changed the sign, the sheet hanging out the window, to freedom of the press. And we took that. Then the people who were listening to the broadcast signed an affidavit that had occurred, that I had been granted power of attorney, that nothing that precludes that method when there can't be direct communication and a signature. So we filed an affidavit with the court in the public records of Seminole County. And about that time, Eric Leiter, who from Hawaii, was there, and I had met him, and Nancy De La Rosa.
Mm-hmm.
He put that in this, I've still got it somewhere. It's about 14 inches thick. Citizens arrest warrant. It's never really worked, but it was included in that. And then we went with that, served the Texas Rangers, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department. I don't remember who all we served with this stack of papers. And on top of it was the power of attorney affidavit. And when we went to the Texas Rangers, the service is interesting. If I touch him with it and drop it, it's served. But we set it down and nobody would touch it. And so we set it down outside the door, banged on the door real hard and backed off. And one of the Rangers came out and picked it up. So it had been served on the Rangers. It was kind of interesting little side note to it. And then I went to the checkpoint. Now, Linda Thompson had come into the picture by this time, and she and I were going to go into Mount Carmel. She was going to go as my attorney under my power of attorney. And so we went through the first checkpoint, went into what was called Satellite City by then. It had been set up about a little less than a mile away from Mount Carmel Center. And she was going to walk in with me, and I felt safe with a woman with me that I would not get shot at. Now,
Well,
I'd also,
especially with her, she was a pretty tough chick from what I heard.
she was, and you know, I've intentionally lied in articles twice in 27 years. There was a reason for both of them. Now, in this case, though, her Indianapolis newspaper was down there interviewing, and she had contacted me to ask if she could come and help. And I said yes. Now, she asked me when we were going to do the interview on that TV station, she asked if I would say that I had invited her down, which was a lie, but I did. It wasn't in my work, but it was, I lied to the television station and said she invited down. I expected her full cooperation in this.
And that was, you were working together for AEN News, and ultimately under AEN News, did she get you a press pass?
No, I had a press pass myself.
Oh, okay. Okay. But
No,
it was AEN News was what she was working for.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
And she's also a bar attorney. And so when we got into Satellite City, she decided, well, I think it's better that I stay out and you go in alone. And I wasn't going to go alone. I didn't want to get shot. And like I said, I felt that if I was with a woman, I wouldn't get shot. So we were going to leave Satellite City and walk down the road. And there was no apparent restriction to that, except there would have been the agents down by around Mount Carmel Center, which we found out later they had bunkers and everything, machine gun shooting points and everything. Let me say, I'll be giving some information out. If anybody does a Google search for Waco white papers, there are some pictures there that show these bunkers I'm talking about. A picture of Ken Fawcett actually at the Red Cross coffee shop that they set up at Satellite City for the press. But she decided not to go, and I wasn't going to go alone. And so we just talked a while, talked to a few of the press people down there and left. And then when we left, I had my camera with me and she had her camera, and Linda took her camera and took a picture of this agent, which was in her AEN faxes, of this agent talking to her. And he said, you took my picture. He came around the car. He saw my camera on the back seat. And he came around and grabbed my camera and tore the film out of it and stripped the feed mechanism on it as well, auto feed. And I said, that's not the camera. And he said, well, where is the camera? And then I decided to protect Linda's picture. I said, well, that was the camera. And the camera never worked well after that. But that was the beginning of the end of my thing with Linda. I had a $300 camera that got wasted.
Oh, so she got upset about the camera?
No, she didn't get upset.
Mm-hmm.
Because I said, okay, that was the camera after he stripped mine out to protect her. So he didn't go looking for her camera. He didn't see what the camera was. All he knew was the picture was taken. I think it was a flash picture because it was dark at night. But we were then interrogated in the tent. And I just told him I'm press and I had the power of attorney and I wanted to go into Mount Carmel, but I decided not to, and just gave a story to them, and they finally let us go. All of us were interviewed. John Barrett, who later abandoned Linda for obvious reasons, and Linda and I and Ken were all interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
And Linda and I basically parted ways after that. I didn't like the idea that she had changed her mind about going in and tried to blame it on me, that I was a coward for not going in. But my going in condition was predicated on her being with me. So we went separate ways, and we didn't meet again until I think it was about April 21st.
Okay, April 20th. Oh, okay, that's afterwards.
Yeah, it was afterwards.
Do you believe, given the opportunity to enter the Mount Carmel Church, the outcome would have been different than expected? I mean, and that was the point.
That's what we were trying to do. In fact, Dick Rivas, who was an independent reporter as well as a reporter for one paper, he got the room next to me at the New Road Inn, room 223. In fact, when I went back to Waco, I was given a commemorative motel key for room 223 because I spent my entire time in that room after I left Dewey's. I smoke, and Dewey didn't like smoke, so I had to get a motel. Mike stayed with me before he went back on the 10th or 11th, whatever the day was. So I was in room 223 through this whole thing, and this Rosemary, the manager of the motel, was actually playing secretary for me. She'd take calls if she thought it was important and I was on an interview. She'd actually interrupt the interview, and if not, she would just make a note. And then when I was off the phone, she'd call me and I'd go down and get my messages. So I was getting many messages every day. But 223 was my address for that entire time that I was up there. Almost 50 days. But Mike had gone back to Florida. And so I was, the team was working out of the motel room. They would come in every morning. We'd go have breakfast. And, interesting things happened. For example, I got a list of all the agents. One of the principal agents, like there were 3 agents in one motel room. I would have the name of the principal agent, the motel and the room he was staying in, and how he was even paying for it. Most of them were vouchers, which I still have that list. And the government later tried to, this is years later, tried to find out when they busted a guy up in Washington where I got that list. And I wasn't going to tell them because, protecting my sources, which is been true for the 27 years. I've never divulged a source. In fact, there have been, I was told in one case, the drone strike in Nevada, that I could use his name, but I chose to not use it, give his name. I called him Mr. X.
Mm-hmm.
But as part of my reputation is protecting my source. So over the years, I've had people willing to come and talk with me, and Indian Reservation, other places that I've been, where they trust that I will never divulge where I got the information. I've also received anonymous information a number of times, and the fact that I protect the sources it is a good way of getting news, getting information. Of course, the government doesn't like it, but they do it, don't they?
Oh yeah, and here's the thing about the information. When did you first start getting, as a journalist, roadblocks put up with your reporting? Now, I seen did it all start? I knew that Louis Beam was working for what they called the Jubilee newspaper, and I believe he was one of the first people that was actually thrown out of a press conference, and I've actually seen the video for there. But is that where all the trouble started?
No, when I got there, I was going to the press conferences, and the only question I asked is, I think the second press conference I went to, I said, is the FBI going to allow the Red Cross to provide food and medical supplies to the Branch Davidians? Mm-hmm. Which when I contacted Red Cross in New York, locally, and then in New York, it was explained otherwise. But he said that would be up to them, I think. I don't remember what his exact answer was, but it was a put-off answer. But it wasn't until after March 21st, which is the day that we went to Satellite City, mm-hmm. that, because it was my son's birthday, it was after that I was denied access to the press conferences. Now, Louis had it happen earlier. Now, Louis came to room 223 once, and we had some conversations. Dick Reed was there at the time, and we had some conversations, and Dick wrote an article about one of them, which is rather interesting. I've probably got a copy somewhere, but I never did a report on it. But Louis, I like Louis. He was a nice guy, and that was the only contact I ever had with him. But he had gotten kicked out, and I don't recall the circumstances now of his getting kicked out. But then I was kicked out. In fact, Bill Cooper found out that I'd been kicked out of the press conferences, and he contacted me, and he sent me a CAGI press credentials, and he said, they'll let you in with these. And this began a run-in with Bill Cooper, by the way, which spanned the years after that.
Oh, yeah, I got some questions about that, too. Now, was that before or after? One of the things, the question I got to have, after you started disassociating yourself from Linda Thompson, she did a call to arms. And then you responded on your Outpost of Freedom with a call to peace. Could you explain?
Yeah, in fact, her flyer, an image of her flyer is on the Waco White Papers page.
Oh, okay. Yes, I've seen that. Yeah, it's okay.
And, for the listeners, if they want to see it, my URL is www.outpost-of-freedom.com. And there's links on that page to the Waco White Papers. Later, I started a blog format, which is a story about Oregon and a newspaper reporter changing stories. But she had that call to arms, and I stood against it because we were looking for a peaceful solution. We were hoping a peaceful solution would be available, and this includes the Cy Minette and his group of people and my team and everything. We're trying to find a peaceful solution to this. We want them to come out alive and well, and we want the truth out about what the government's doing. The fact that there were no automatic weapons there were legal, those little trigger things that repeat, it bounces the trigger. I forgot what they call them. They had those, and they were legal at the time. They were sold at gun shows. Now, Paul Fata had a Class 3 license, and so he was the one that was actually dealing in firearms at gun shows.
Is he the one dealing with the firearms, raising money for the church? Because I know that they had said that a lot of the weapons that the ATF and FBI were actually looking for during the siege were actually at a gun show being sold to raise funds for the church, and that's what I think.
Well, that was the business, not the ones that were the ones they recovered were all from Mount Carmel, but none of them were from uh, that were sold at gun shows. They would have been sold at gun shows, except the privately owned ones. Now, there was an interesting. I didn't report on it. I only report if I have direct communication with the people involved. I don't report based on what other people report. All mine work is my investigation, not of other people's reporting, but of the individuals. And this goes back to exposing the informants in Burns, Oregon. Out of 15, I exposed 11. One came to me voluntarily. The others I developed all by myself, by contacting people that could answer questions, who would know this information. The only one that came to me was Mama Bear. She contacted me before she testified and wrote her explanation of it, and the agreement was I would write the article, she would review it, make sure it was correct, and I would not publish it until she was done testifying. And when she walked out of the courthouse, on the courthouse steps, she called me and said, okay, you can put the article out. So the first exposure was the Mama Bear. I did a subsequent one on her.
Now, in Waco, you ran into almost sort of the same situation. And I know you wrote some articles about informants and infiltrators that were in Waco. I mean, did you believe that you could trust anyone? And because there were stories about the FBI sending bugs into the Branch Davidians. And I got some names over here that you wrote about in the Waco white papers about two people that you were suspect of. And I don't know how it ended up ultimately going, but Don and Mark Buns.
Yeah, Don Buns was a member of the Davidian Church. His son, Mark, was somebody that I found out about. Now, I found out, too, that Don was staying on the other side of the New Road Inn, and apparently they were aware of this because they moved him out while I was talking to Mark. I interviewed Mark for about 4 hours. Now, Mark was not an informant. He was providing me information, how his father got busted. He had a pilot's license. He may or may not have had pot in the plane, but they busted him for pot in the plane, and that's how they got him to work on their side. And so I spent all this time with Mark getting the family history and everything. But Don was the informant for the government, as far as he told them what he wanted to keep his license. He would never be able to fly again if over the pot bust. Now, what happened out of that, I didn't follow up on that. But the pressure, Mark told me about the pressure on his father over them finding pot in the plane, and he would lose his license. And that was the leverage they used to make him inform on the Davidians and basically go along with what they wanted. So they've probably got affidavits somewhere from him that may or may not be true. But in talking with the Davidians, a number of them, some that came out and others that were not in. Rita Riddle, I spent a lot of time with. She had, there's a car there in the pictures, a red sports car that they used to transport the kids away from Mount Carmel Center when some of the children were let out. But when you look at the picture, the tires are actually inside the car. The car's all beat up. It shows the government's vindictiveness. They ran over Paul Fato's El Camino with a tank. You can see the rifle butt marks on the windows of the bus and everything. They just destroyed everything in there. And I think it's because, these guys wouldn't give in. The FBI, the SWAT team, and all these guys were just vindictive. They didn't like people objecting to their control of the situation. When I can't think of what his name was, the guy died in what was going to the tower, the column. His body was up on.
He was killed, and his body was left there for days.
Peter Gent. His body was left for days, and finally they got permission to bring it down. They buried the other bodies underground in the what the government called a bunker. It wasn't a bunker. There's a picture in there, and they said there was a fire in the bunker. There was no fire in the bunker because there's plastic things hanging from the ceiling that would have melted if there was a fire there. But in that underground area is where they buried all the other bodies. But Gent stunk so well, after baking in the Texas sun for 3 days, that he was buried outside by a tree. They got permission to bury him. Finally, they had been trying for days to get permission to get his body down, and finally it was given.
Now, they did that, I heard, with a crane of some sort.
No,
they got the body down?
No, they lowered it down with ropes. They went up and got the body and lowered it down. That was going to be a storage thing, though. An interesting story years later, an alleged ex-FBI agent said he was looking out the window from the tower. There was no window in it. It was a water tank, a large tank on end, and they were going to use it for storage. So it had a hatch on the top and a door on the bottom and no windows on the side. I think it was about 80 feet tall. It was laying down when I went back, second visit, and we could go out to the property and look at it, Ron Cole and I. And there was no window in that thing. The Vizians never told me. They said there was no window in it, but this guy on a radio show claimed he was in that window watching this whole thing and had this story about what had happened, and that was on Art Bell.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing, so I called in, and they asked my name, and then all of a sudden they hung up on me. They wouldn't let me come on the show to refute what this guy was saying.
Okay, and there was like a sort of a lockdown on people reporting to the local radio and media stations. And even at some point, from what I read, a lot of people out there were saying that even Ron Engelman, who had broke this story, had stopped talking to a lot of the people that he was talking to originally when the story first broke. And people had claimed that maybe Ron Engelman was promised some kind of big scoop for cooperating with the ATF and the FBI. Do you think he was told to keep away from you and other people out there that were trying to report from the ground?
Yes. About a year later, when I was traveling around the country, I stopped. Ron had gone up to just outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico. In fact, I spent the night on a cold winter night in a trailer without heat on his property because he had built his house and he had lived in the trailer when he was building the house. And we talked about that. Yes, and they didn't fire him during this event over what he did because that would look bad. And so he was fired shortly afterwards. Mm-hmm. But he was told to be quiet. In fact, one of the lies that I told was about Ron Engelman. I made a story trying to provoke him to respond to it. He never did. Mm-hmm. Because he was allowed in. One of the conditions, he was allowed in after the I don't really remember. After the fire, I guess he was allowed in, and there was a big TV thing over the whole thing. But yes, he stopped being any cooperation with our side. Now, one thing that was kind of interesting too is I did confess to murder and filed it in the records and with the clerk of the court in Waco, Texas. And when I was in there, when I went in with this signed affidavit that I had committed the murder, the same murder committed by the FBI on February 28th, mm-hmm. They cleared the clerk's office. They had everybody leave except me, and it was a deal. They wanted to know who I was, what my name was, date of birth, all this information. And I said, I'm not going to give you that. You won't even let me file this. So we made a deal. I would give them the information if they would let the clerk file this paperwork. So after the clerk filed it, I gave my full name and answered all their questions. But everybody had been pushed out of this clerk's office because this is where the records, the affidavits, and all the arrest warrants and everything were filed. So the press is lined up in the hallway outside. When I went out, there was this lady, one reporter there, and she asked me what had happened, and I talked with her, and I pointed out that the government had taken $1,500 that David Koresh had taken out for milk for the children. They wanted milk, so he sent $1,500 in cash out. And there was one other thing, I don't recall what it was a long time ago, but I gave her 2 pieces of information. And so at the press conference the next morning, she asked, what happened to the $1,500 that David Koresh did out for milk? Now, Bob Ricks was in charge of the whole thing by then, so he would have known everything. She said, well, I don't know about $1,500. I'll tell you what, I'll check into it and I'll let you know tomorrow. So the next day he said, well, that money came out, yes, but U.S. Attorney's Office, which would get their information from the FBI, took that as evidence, and he would not say what evidence it was of. I mean, how can just $1,500 be evidence? But this came up because they said in videos, cartoon videos for the kids, they sent in ice cream, they sent in milk, and they sent in coolers, and the coolers all had bugs in them. And Dave Koresh even joked about giving a sermon to all these agents that were listening. They had probably had an agent for each one of the recorders.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a ball with that. But when Rex came back, he said they took it for evidence. So that was the first time I realized that we can get the press on our side if we work with them. And it's worked effectively, both on an Indian reservation in Connecticut and even in Burns, Oregon, where I've managed to get the press on our side. But it made me realize that me being pressed, they being pressed, the fact that they're biased and I'm biased. Now, when I was in junior college, I took a press. In fact, I was headliner for the school newspaper, and my column was called a biased view, because I realized that depending on where you're coming from, you're going to put a bias in anything you write. And so the government's got all the press writing. Well, we see it nowadays, the fake press. They're writing with a bias on their side, and
oh yeah, and they get away with just calling it spin.
They treat it as news, not as, and there is a bias. It's hard to be in the center on anything. A good reporters are hard to find, and I don't admit to be a good reporter. I have a bias. My bias is to counter the bias of the press, the fake news.
Mm-hmm.
I report the truth, but I'm not going to report what I don't want to report.
Mm-hmm.
But I report only the truth. Now, the other side doesn't report the truth. They'll take a phrase out of it. It happens in the patriot community. Even they'll take a phrase out of something and try and build a story on the phrase. When I quote from a document, for example, I give the full paragraph. I want the context known. And if I take a phrase out of it, it can sound. It can have a completely different meaning than the context that is put in.
And the press has previously done that with David Koresh. They tried to use his words against him and tried to say that he had declared that he was Jesus Christ, which was something that the media ran with, and it was a quote that he used that was totally taken out of context.
Right. And when in context, in talking with the Davidians, he never said he was Jesus Christ.
Well, they used a news clip about, okay, what it was is there was a news clip that played, I think it was like on a current affair. And what they were talking about, I guess, when David Koresh originally, through a political power struggle, became the pastor at Mount Carmel, when he pushed the other guy out, I can't think of the other guy's name.
Ben Roden.
Ben Roden went to the press and it said that he had gotten his 98-year-old grandmother pregnant, and that David Koresh was trying to raise people from the dead. And what David Koresh said, well, if I could get a 98-year-old woman pregnant, well, then maybe I am God. And the media took that, or sarcastic comment like that, and they used it against him, saying that he declared that he was Jesus Christ and that his followers actually believe that. And that's all you really heard from him, other than, and you didn't really hear a lot from David Koresh. One of the main things, and when you really stopped hearing from David Koresh, is in March, after the first few days after he was doing his interviews, when he was granted to play his hour-long sermon about what he called the 7 seals.
Yeah.
And he played that, and then after that, he was supposedly was in negotiations that if the radio station played that hour-long sermon, that he was going to the Branch Davidians were going to leave. And then when he didn't do it, that's when they really started cutting off the electricity and cutting off everything and all access to the outside world. And really, it gets to the certain point where eventually, at what point did they actually, and what are the circumstances leading to when you actually had your press pass taken away?
I didn't have my press test taken away. I was just not allowed in.
They
Now,
weren't
when I
allowed.
went in with the CAGI credentials, I negotiated with the FBI 3 days over this whole thing, and they were trying to find a way to keep me out. And finally, they threw this Linda, I don't remember her last name. She was the one that arranged for the coffee and the donuts and all that stuff and set up the press conferences. And they couldn't find an excuse to keep me out. So finally, they sent Linda to me. I'd been dealing with Rodriguez and a few other people for 3 days. And finally, they sent Linda to me. And her explanation, she said, Gary, it's their party and you're not invited.
And so you had the Bill Cooper CAGI press pass eventually. That's the Citizen Agency of Joint.
The second time I got, they denied mine, and then after I got CAGI, they denied theirs.
And that
now
was
mine.
That was after doing appearances on the Bill Cooper radio show, and I think you did about 3 appearances on the Bill Cooper show while you were there in Waco.
Yeah, and arranged a number of others for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
Rita Riddle,
and Nancy LaRoche.
Catherine Lawson, I think, did one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was, he knew that I had lost. They denied me, and he sent me the credentials and say, well, they won't deny these credentials, and they did. This is where the 3 days came in, was on the CAGI credentials, and finally they threw Linda from Waco PD on me, and they could not explain why they wouldn't let me in. Mm-hmm. So they threw her at me. They let her take care of their dirty work.
And so and that caused that whole thing with the press passes. It caused a lot of friction between you and Bill Cooper.
Yeah. Well, he had mailed them to me. And they were in the envelope, and the cover letter and the credentials were all in a package, and there was only one return address. And after it was denied, he wanted me to send the credentials back to him. And then he called me a couple of weeks later, and he said, "Where are the credentials?" I said, "I sent them back." "Where'd you send them?" "Well, to the address they came from." "Well, there was an address you were supposed to send them back to." Well, hell, if he's got that address, why didn't he get them? I don't know. I don't know what the story is here. But there was no other return these to this address. There was only the address on the letterhead and the envelope, and I sent them back to that address, and he claimed he never got them. Mm-hmm. And that is where the breach came. And this is after the fire of the 19th.
Okay,
and in fact, Montel Williams didn't like what I had to say. I was on his show. I was set up with some of the ladies. And when I answered a question, I guess it was a recorded show because the question and answer never got. He said, "Get that guy out of here," and so they.
Montel Williams threw you off the show?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it was pre-recorded. It was done out on a dirt road out by Mount Carmel Center. Mm-hmm. I forgot Margaret Lawson and one of the other older ladies and I were out there for an interview. And I don't remember the question he asked me even, but I answered it, and he didn't like the answer, and they said, "Get him out of there." And so they cut that whole part of it out when they put the show on. From what I understand, I never saw the show, but mm-hmm. They said they had 3 people from Mount Carmel Center, and then there were only 2 people in the interview. Mm-hmm. So apparently this is what I heard from people. I didn't report on it because I don't know for sure, but I'm telling you what I know, mm-hmm. that somehow I disappeared. He didn't like my answer.
Okay, so you're down in Waco. Now, what did you do after you realized you weren't getting any of the press conferences? I'm sure you did some snooping around. And this was actually, when exactly did you pretty much realize that you weren't getting any more of the press conference? And what did you do to keep on reporting and sending the faxes out at that point?
Well, we were doing research prior to that. I mean, the 21st is when I got kicked out the first time. It was my son's birthday. Mm-hmm. Never got in after that, but we could listened to the press conferences, which we did every day. I mean, the team was listening to them, so we knew what was happening in the press conferences. The fact that I wasn't there didn't matter, because I wasn't going to ask any provocative questions. You know, I was just there to get the information. So we got the information. I guess we missed a few over other things, but we were even before then. You know, the team was looking up things, and you'll see in some of the articles things we found: Texas gun law, the right to have arms in your home. You know, back then it was different than it was later when I did Kevin Massey's story. But back then, you could only carry a pistol if you had $600 or more on you and across county lines. Otherwise, you could not take a pistol out of your house. That's gone by the wayside since then. I don't know when it left. It didn't matter. But all the research and a lot of the work on the articles, tracking down people. A lot of time was spent getting ready for radio shows. I think I did 7 radio shows in one day at one point, and I was on the phone all day long. A lot of times I'd be, we're going to do a half-hour show, and it would be an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. I'd have to, sorry, got to go because I have another one scheduled for 3 o'clock, you know, but you know, we were always finding something to keep us busy, anything that would help. I remember going out to, I forgot what we called it. It was a hill. It was off of the main highway. It was kind of where they were selling all this stuff. And we had gone up. The only time I went up there, I went up with some of the team, and we were looking around, and everybody had this. We went up twice, because early on they was supporting the Davidians. It was very small. But when we went up this other time, everything was supporting the government. When we were leaving, there was a guy, and I think it was Tim McVeigh, because he was separate from that, but on the dirt road up to this little plateau with information supporting Koresh. And I just remember it used to be all that. Now he's the only guy, and he's not up there with everybody else.
No, that before the 19th fire?
Yeah.
So you think you might have actually ran in and came across Timothy McVeigh, who was there before the fire?
Well, I remember seeing this guy, and he had very short hair, like a military haircut, but I didn't pay much attention to it. We just drove on by him when we left. I didn't notice him on the way up, but I noticed him on the way back, because when we got up there, everything was now pro-government. And this guy's pro-Davidian. So I didn't notice him on the way up, but on the way back, I just glanced over and saw him. And we didn't stop or anything. We just kept going.
No, I'd seen pictures and video that he must have actually done an interview. And I wasn't sure if it was before or after the fire. But what he was doing there, and as he was known to do this, and, you know, he was actually on the front of his car, he was selling John Birch Society stickers, and had a trunk load of flare guns. And he was known for advertising flare guns, for instance, in the back of the Spotlight newspaper under the name Tim Tuttle is what is said. And so I didn't really know that he was there, or there was a chance that he was there before. Now, what do you really make? Okay, we're going to get into Timothy McVeigh and the bombing and everything like that on this anniversary. It's today the 25th anniversary of what happened in Oklahoma City, and the 27th anniversary of happened in Waco. But I have 2 questions, and I'd like to know what your opinion is about Waco. Who do you think fired the first shot in Waco?
I know who fired the first shot in Waco. They shot the dogs.
Yes.
The government, we didn't shoot at the Davidians. They shot at us first. Well, they shot the dogs. The Davidians heard these shots. Now, David Koresh was standing in the doorway. Now, here's this door is rather interesting. If you look at the pictures closely, you'll see one large hole, a little over waist high, a little over waist high in the. There's a double door. I think it was the left door, but there's a big hole, one big hole, and a lot of little holes. Now, David Koresh is in the hallway, and this is where his father-in-law. Can't think of his name right now. I met his wife though, but was shot, and eventually, you know, he either shot himself or they shot him because he was in pain. He had a very bad wound. But that door didn't show up in the evidence. And later on, when they started clearing out, this is after the government was gone, they were clearing out, a few things came forward. That door with a 50 caliber, sniper caliber, bullet hole in that door. And they also found the safe that had been blown open where the platinum and the gold and the silver had been stored in the cash. And all the platinum, gold, silver, and cash was gone. They were in the bottom of this pile of debris that was thrown off to the side during the cleanup. The government actually made this pile. So the door, the proof that the Davidians, probably from the directly across the street, now it's a couple hundred feet, probably 400 or 500 feet, the undercover house.
Mm-hmm.
There was a carport in it, and there's a kind of a tool room in the back of the carport, and there was a slot cut out in that, and you can see that in some of the pictures. And that's probably where the sniper was that tried to kill Koresh that first day. Now, the Davidians weren't shooting when Koresh was standing in the doorway. And so they shot the dogs, they shot at Koresh, and I loaned them to a minister that was supposed to return them the audio tapes that I'd gotten from Dick Rivas, and I both got these audios of all the conversations between the FBI, and we've got the sheriff trying to reach the FBI. They were supposed to be in contact. There was an agreement set up for a common frequency, but the FBI would not answer them, and this goes on for days, and all the way through the siege. The FBI agent joking with, "Don't play with fire. That place would go up like a match if you." So they knew how volatile the building was. Now the building was made. There were 13 buildings, the apostle buildings from the original Davidian church there. They tore those down and used that wood to build most of the two-story building we're familiar with. Mm-hmm. In fact, Linda Thompson's The Big Lie, I wrote an article for it. It's on that page, on the Waco page, or somewhere on my page, that Linda Thompson said the Davidians started the fire. Her video, the Waco the Big Lie, and her subsequent Waco the Big Lie 2 are full of bullshit.
Okay, now that's
the government knew that.
I want to get into that, and we have some video because she had some certain theories, and that's the first question. And I want to kind of get into some of the stuff she was saying and some of the stuff that I've noticed myself by going through the flare footage and even the stuff that Linda Thompson was talking about. How do you think the
Mike McNulty came out with the flare footage years later. In fact, I had an interesting conversation with Mike. But let's look at this. Ken Varden was kind of an audio video freak, and he was grabbing the uploads going out to the networks. He had the footage of the alleged flame-throwing tank. He gave it to Linda. He didn't give it to me. He gave it to Linda.
Yeah, I'm going to show that to everybody right now.
She's a good kisser-upper. McNulty came out with it later. Now, when I got back to Waco, it was
footage proves
May 1st or something.
Intention.
Go ahead and play that and tell me when you're done. And
here's the video, and she had a couple theories. And what she claimed and the flare footage kind of shows a different story, and the timing is kind of off with some of the stuff that she was saying. Although,
go ahead and show that, and let me explain. I'll explain it to you.
Okay, yeah, it's showing right now. There's two different videos I got. I got one video of it's playing right now of the tank going through the building, and this is the video from Waco the Big Lie, and it pulls out. You see what appears could possibly be a flame-throwing tank, and she used this as evidence. And then there was other footage that Ken Fawcett had that we're going to play that next. Would also showed the aftermath of the fire when the tanks were around rubble, and this is some of the other proof that she was talking about, proof that the tank had a flamethrower. And this is the second video footage I'm showing right here that she said was proof of the flamethrower. And it's hard to tell. Like I said, I'm not military trained. It's hard for me to tell. A lot, I know that they were using telescopic lenses to video a lot of this stuff, so we can't really tell the distance between the tank and where the fire is.
These are all coming from Satellite City. Yeah. They
Okay.
had towers and very high resolution, big cameras.
Okay, so explain to us what you think we're seeing when it comes to Linda Thompson's.
When I got back to Waco, it was in May, early May. They had I first found out about the big lie, and so I went. I was watching it at the motel where most of the Davidians were staying, that were out, still in jail, and the conversation was going on. So I borrowed the footage and I went back to Dewey's house and played it and watched it, and there were some things about. I'm a Vietnam veteran. Now, I never saw them use a flamethrower, but I know they were always mounted on the front of a tank. And there's a reason for that, because if they were mounted on the side of the tank, you would actually cook the guys inside. Mm-hmm. So I looked at it. In one of my articles, I think I wrote about it in Waco, my first article in Waco, The Big Lie. One, you always mount the flamethrower on the front of the tank for a reason. Two, there's always high carbonic smoke from a flamethrower. There's no smoke from that. There were some other things. I think there were 4 or 5 things. But this is when I get information, and I don't divulge the sources. McNulty was preparing his original footage on that, and I got a copy of it. And it showed the whole thing. And I talked to Ken about it later and asked him, why did you let Linda Thompson get away with that? And he said, well, if anything that makes the government look bad, I'm going to go along with. But I had the full footage at that time from McNulty because he got a hold of it. And if Linda claims she did not edit it. Well, I don't know if you crop off the end of this. Gets back to what we talked about earlier. If I take a phrase of something, if you extend that footage out, and it was out in one of McNulty's videos, but I had this ahead of time. And McNulty called me and he said, you put that out? And I said, yes, I did. I thought it was important. He said, well, I didn't give you permission. I said, no, and I didn't ask for permission. He said, well, I'm glad you put it out. So, but if you look at the next 10 or 15 seconds, as the tank backs up, a piece of board, the flame, falls on the ground and bounces. It was a piece of, probably, it was reflecting the sunlight. It was I'm not sure what it was, but it was either white or varnished wood, and it was reflecting the sunlight, and it falls off. And Linda knew that, and so she cropped that out. That's not editing. I just cropped the back end off. That, the whole context was lost. Yeah. So that was not a flame-throwing tank.
Yeah. The video is going real through it. Now there's a lot of different theories of how the fire started. Now, do you have any? I have this flare footage here of the actual fire from beginning to end, and the only difference I see, and I'm going to play this. This is from the flare footage. Okay, and I'm showing this, and this is right before the tanks pulled away, and this is the opposite side of the building that Linda Thompson was talking about. And I'm showing this, as you can see, the tanks are starting to fly away over here. And I want people to first focus on this window right here. And this is before, the media will make you think that the fire started on the second story. But if you look back in this flare footage, and give it 1 minute for everything to catch up on the video here. I got a little ahead of myself. If you look at this window that I'm circling right here with my pointer, you see some sort of flashbang go off in the window in the rear. Okay. And then not only that, after you see that, you see some kind of firepower going off next to this tank. You can see this tank right here. Keep an eye right here. You can see, look, on this window I'm circling. I hope everybody can see it. Watch, there's some kind of flash point. Boom. You see that? You see this little flash point. It goes off right here. And this is right at the beginning. Boom. There you go. Flash point. And
okay, let me compound that a little bit. Look at the roof of that building.
Yeah.
That had collapsed. The guys that were going back there who were struggling to get through the trusses of the building, they could not get back there. You can see the collapsed roof. Look at the roof.
Yeah, the whole building. They were taking it down, collapsing it upon itself. And so
right.
Now you see this little flash in the window there, right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, now After
No,
this,
I'm relying on what was told to me at the time. They were trying to get back there to see if they could put the fire out,
okay, now
and
20
they
seconds
could not get
later,
back there.
like I said, I'm not a military person. If you look at this, after that flash goes off, if you look right to the left of this tank, it seems like either somebody's shooting some kind of accelerant in, and you watch this. You can see it over in the corner where I'm circling now to the left of the tank. You see either some kind of flare or machine gun fire, possibly maybe trying to keep people inside the building. And you can see it goes off. Here you go. Just keep an eye out. It's getting ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. You can see it right there.
Those are key. Now, see what you're talking about now. We didn't have the advantage of that at the time. I talked to people who were climbing in the trusses. They could not get back there to put the fire out. Now look at the top right. See where the tower was?
Yeah.
That was collapsed because that's where the tank was knocking the walls. The staircase had fallen down. They could not get to that corner where the fire started there. Now, this guy is shooting towards the kitchen is right in the L there, in the V. Go up, right, no, up there in the corner where the two buildings come together.
Oh, okay.
Right there. Okay, that's
okay.
the kit. Now down, go down.
Well, this is the original flare footage. I don't have too much control over it.
Oh, okay. It's their cursor. Where that low roof is, that's the gymnasium with the collapsed roof. Now, just to the right of that, there's a little low roof. That's the kitchen. That's where the bunker was. What it was originally a safe, and the Davidians were using it as a cooler to keep vegetables and things cool, where the bodies were found. Those people started to go out and gunfire started. Now, the flare footage shows what I was told. They could not go out that kitchen door. And that's where the propane tank blew up too, by the way. And you can see the debris from it. Oh. They could not go out that door because they were firing a gun at the door. This is from testimony of people at the kitchen door there. Now, the fire at the front where the tower is now gone on this picture, they could not get in there. The stairwell had collapsed. The walls had collapsed. Everything had collapsed. The fire started there. Can't think of his name, but he's the guy that kind of took over the church afterwards. I spent hours talking with him when he was in jail and later when I got back. He's the one that came out of the church. He came out of the church or the chapel part. There's the fire and the see, that fire started in the debris that had fallen down, and they could not get to it. Now, the chapel is the taller building above the flame there. And he came out through the fire. See the fire on the right side of the wall? He came out through that. He was the only one that came out of the ground floor. Everybody else came off of the roof.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that footage coming off the roof, yeah.
See, that started where the stairwell went up. Oh, there's another one of Linda's lies. The shots fired, they said the guy was shooting at his own agents. Scott Sonobe had gone up to get his rifle. He came down and he heard this commotion in what used to be David's bedroom. David's bedroom had moved. And they had David's bedroom pegged for that room that those guys, 3 agents, were shot in. He came down, he heard the noise, and he looked around and saw these 3 agents in there, and he started firing in there. So the shots coming out were not from the agents inside, which Linda claimed they were. They were coming from Scott Sonobe's rifle as he was shooting these guys. And that guy that pulled back the curtains with the muzzle of his rifle was wondering what was going on inside.
Yeah, and there was a lot of theories about the 3 agents. They a lot of them had claimed, and I remember hearing this.
He shot his. Linda claimed that the agents shot the 3 inside. Scott Sonobe shot the 3 inside.
And there was other rhetoric out there that the 3 had actually been bodyguards for Bill Clinton when he was the governor of Arkansas at some point. That was another.
Well, FBI, whenever, before I went to Waco, I called Miami FBI, and they had sent some agents out there. But whenever the president visits the city, the FBI in that city become part of the backup team for security. Everything's mobilized when the president comes in town. They weren't his bodyguards. They were in the the protection detail, every agent that didn't have any important duty became a part of the backup.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever the president goes, especially to a major city, everybody is prepared to respond. And so the extent of their bodyguarding him, they probably never even saw him.
And that was one of the many theories of Linda Thompson. And that's what people have a lot of theories about a lot of things. Let me get this down here. Open this back up.
But see, when I investigate something, I investigate it thoroughly. But before I went to Waco, I called the FBI in Miami to find out. And I found out that they had sent, I think, two or three agents out to Waco because they needed bodies out there.
Mm-hmm.
But what other interesting things? March 10th was the scheduled date for a budget request from the FBI to form an FBI SWAT team. And the SWAT team would be made up of agents from a number of places around the country that could come together as a SWAT team. Remember, SWAT teams were rather new at the time,
mm-hmm.
but the FBI wanted a SWAT team. So they had a budget request in for the SWAT team. And the reason the operation was called Showtime was they wanted to prove that they needed a number of agents to deal with a situation where armed people posed a threat. Now, if they wanted to do that, they should have gone to Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been dangerous to go to Los Angeles, and they figured that a church would be an easy task, that there would be no resistance, but they needed this massive army to show that they the SWAT team that they had put together ad hoc, including the people from Miami and Arkansas and all these other places, could muster a force big enough to force submission. And so they didn't expect, I think in one of my articles, I said the government went to kick in the door, not expecting the door to kick back. They were kind of surprised when this didn't work the way it was supposed to. We know that they lost the element of surprise that was crucial to the operation anyway. They decided to go ahead anyway.
Yeah, and a lot of the reasons I heard was it's because their warrant was about to run out on the 29th, and they didn't want to get another one, and they kind of rushed the whole thing. That's one of the things that I had heard and read before.
Well, I have the original warrant, and I don't recall the date on it, and it may have run out, but they could have gotten a renewal on the warrant. But they were just anxious to get this stuff so they could put together their video presentation for the March 10th hearing in front of Congress, the budgetary hearing. And I think the motivation, regardless, I mean, it doesn't take much to get the warrant extended. I think more than anything, they needed that 10 days to prepare this Showtime for the budget hearings. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's easy to conjecture that the warrant was going to expire, and it sounds good. It makes it sound plausible, but 10 days would be very little time to put together a good presentation of a intimidating force being able to cause a non-violent arrest of somebody. Mm-hmm. We've all heard, I can't remember the guy's name. He had a gun shop that Koresh dealt with, or FATA actually dealt with a lot, but they knew Koresh too. And the guy said, well, I'll call David. And they said, no, don't call him. And I didn't talk to him, but I did watch a video interview with him. So the government wanted to keep it a secret. They wanted the element of surprise, but they felt that the massive force would suppress them. Now, we do have footage dated March 1st, I think it was, where they had an APC. They didn't have the tanks at that time, but they had an APC, an armored personnel carrier. And this is something that Ken Fawcett gave me. And it has a date stamp on it. And it was an APC. So they did have something to protect them which we never saw in the ultimate footage. All we ever saw was the tanks at that point. So, you know, there are a lot of things that were hidden from the public and still are, except for, can't think of the guy's name, but he continues research. He's filing FOIAs and constantly coming out with more information. I talked with him a couple of times, but you know, to me, the story was over with. I've said my piece, and like I said, McNulty's footage came out. Now, I was limited to one page, so a lot of what I knew I didn't report at the time. But you know, my notes they're stored somewhere in one of 3 filing cabinets. The stuff that we developed at the time was all substantiated by the stuff that came out in time. Ron Cole and I went to where, his wife and child survived. He was found over the fence, and we went down to the fence where he was, and they had replaced the old barbed wire through the section where his body was found with new stuff. But I found out what had happened there from, and I can't remember the name right now, his wife, Woody. His wife was one of the first Davidians I met, and she was telling me what she had found from her husband, that he was shot when he was climbing the fence, and he was, and his body stayed there for a while and was later removed from the outside, not from inside.
Shot in the back, from what a lot of people said. And now he was trying to make his way back into.
He was trying to make his way in, and interestingly, there's an old barn not far from where he was going in. That barn, some of the pictures show the inside of that barn where they've got the sandbags built up in their fortified position. There's also a sniper's nest not far from Mount Carmel Center that was still in place when we were back there with the camera. My camera was broken, so I relied on Ron Cole's pictures. So when Ron and I went out there, in fact, I have the devastation of a fire. We found a book that says, you know, it was published, Mount Carmel, Branch Davidians. The edges of the book were charred, but you can read the writing on it. I found a Corelware cup that was melted from the fire, and there was still stuff there. This is in May when I was back there with Ron Cole. Ron Cole wrote a book about some of the stuff that we found. Ron Cole was somebody that when I got back to Orlando after I left Waco on the 21st of April, and a guy, Ron Cole, contacted me, and we had lunch together once, and I told him who we could get in touch with, and I called them and told them that Ron Cole would be coming there. He wanted to go out and investigate. Now, if you remember Ron Cole, he was very active, became a Davidian himself, according to him. Ron was young and excitable, and eventually he got busted and spent time in prison, so now he's doing his artwork, and you know, I'm in touch with him every once in a while. But when I went back to Waco, he was already there. He was staying with Dewey, and we went out there with his camera, and this is where we got the pictures of the alleged bunker, which was a storm shelter. It was a storm shelter to shelter, you know, hundreds of people. That the government claimed it was not the one above ground, the one underground. They used a bus as part of the tunnel, and this is where they buried the people. And the government said there was a fire in there, and that's where the plastic things were still hanging there, gloves and things like that from painting.
I'm showing this right now. I'm showing these photos as we speak here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is from the Outpost of Freedom, and this is the same bunker you say that it was a safe that gold and silver was taken from.
No, that was the one. No, there was a metal safe that was in Mount Carmel Center that the gold and silver and cash and platinum was stored in. We don't have pictures of that because the debris pile was still there. At this point, that tower is still down. The debris pile was there. This is, you know, just less than a month later. So we don't have pictures of that, but you know, if you look at the cars there, the pictures of the cars, you'll see the red sports car that was Ruth Riddle's. It's kind of interesting. Ruth and I spent quite a bit of time. I got a lot from her. She was afraid that that's her car. No, that's Fada's El Camino. See, they trash the cars. Keep going. There's one in there of a little red sports car, and you'll see a tire in there.
Let me see. Oh.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's Rita's car. That's the one they took the kids out in.
Mm-hmm.
But Rita thought that they wouldn't honor her insurance claim, so she asked me to call the insurance company, and I talked to the lady, and they paid the claim.
Now, Rita Riddle, she had a lot of family that was there too that died in the fire.
Well, she had a half sister that got out. No, she didn't have any family that died. She had friends that died. She had a half sister, Ruth Riddle.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ruth Riddle was in Halfway House.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I talked to Ruth a few times, but I spent a lot of time with Rita, and that's Rita's car. And you can see the damage to it. I mean, these guys are vindictive. They just destroyed everything. If you look at the bus, find the bus on there, and you'll see the rifle butt, the oval with a rifle butt.
I heard they took out the kids' dirt bikes, and they had scooters and all sorts of things, and they just took them all out. There you go. There's the motorcycles. There you go. There's the bus.
Yeah, the motorcycles. You just had the motorcycles. There's the bus, and you can't really tell on this, but you can see that some of the windows have the size of a rifle butt holes in the windows.
Mm.
And that bus, they'd spent a lot of. Where's the caption on that one? I forgot how much they spent restoring that old bus they bought.
It says $20,000.
Yeah, $20,000.
They call it the Blue Streak Express, a road bus for Koresh's musicians. The bus had recently been fixed up to the tune of over $20,000. The FBI, given the need to leave their mark, used the barrel of a tank to move the bus.
Yeah, you can see the tank went through the front windshield and raised it up, and they moved it. And yeah, this is the motorcycles there. I mean, this is all damage. It was vindictive because these people did not give up easily.
Okay, let me see. Okay, and so, you know, now, what did it feel like your last day there, April the 19th, when this whole thing was, you know, it wasn't salvageable? You were there, you'd seen what had happened. What was the feeling of everybody watching this Waco massacre occur before everybody's eyes?
Well, I was doing something, and somebody called me and said that Mount Carmel was on fire. So I went out on the balcony of, I think there's a picture of room 223. I had put up the "Don't Tread on Me" flag early on, and I was told to take it down. Rosemary called me and told me I could put it back up on that day, and somewhere there will be a picture of room 223 and the flag. But I got a phone call. Mount Carmel's on fire. I don't know if it was Dewey or I don't remember who it was. And so I went out on the balcony, and it faced in that direction. And I saw all this smoke coming up, and I couldn't believe what was happening. And I knew that they weren't suicidal. You know, I'd met enough of them by then. These are God-loving people, and there's room 223 right there. Mm-hmm. And that's the flag that I had to take down. And Rosemary called me and said, "You can put your flag back up now." I just, you know, it didn't make sense to me because the government was claiming that the Davidians had said it when I turned the radio on. And I don't know. It's hard to explain the feeling that I couldn't believe that it ended this way because we were still hoping for a peaceful solution. But I was beginning to realize that there is no peaceful solution at that point, that the government is so overpowering and can twist and turn things around so much as to make the good guy bad and the bad guy good. And I still believe that. And so it was because of that fire that I was willing to give up my business. When I went back, I made arrangements for the business to continue, but it ended up failing because it didn't have my input to it as much as it should have. And so I didn't sell it. I lost everything. I lost over $250,000. I could have sold the records that I had for probably $150,000 or more. And the equipment I had, probably $100,000 worth of equipment, maybe more. So we're looking at perhaps $250,000 that just I walked away from.
Mm-hmm.
I had spent my life savings staying in Waco. In fact, a lady in Washington, a rather interesting story, because she ended up losing her job and her boss got kicked out of the Army because she cooperated with me, and the government found out about it, which is one of the reasons for protecting sources. And I did protect hers, but she popped $2,000 at the end to cover my motel bill. The rest of my motel bill. But, I was feeding the team. I was paying motel bill. I was paying the fax. I was paying all these. I had all these things that I had to, my expenses while I was there, by buying. First time I ever asked for money, the ladies that came out had their Bibles confiscated. Two of them had bad eyesight, and they had the large text Bibles. And we bought 19 Bibles and gave them to these women because they didn't have their Bibles. They were in the halfway house. I went to the halfway house a couple of times, and apparently I was reported to the FBI as going to the halfway house. And all of a sudden I went there and I was not allowed in anymore. And I asked why. Well, the FBI said, you're not allowed to talk to these people. I mean, they were doing everything they could to curtail what I was reporting. They did not like the truth getting out. Mm-hmm. That's the government, and so, as far as I'm concerned, what happened there was God's way of telling me what I've got to do with the rest of my life, and that's to oppose the government and expose the truth. And I've been doing that since then. After I spent a week in jail, I made an agreement with my wife that I would not cover that kind of story anymore, but I would not give up on the stories that I'd started. Mm-hmm. If they came up, if anything came up, I was going to deal with them. But it did open another door, which over the years I've been doing a lot of research with other people, a different set of team. Well, some of the same team members, but other people that were outside, whose names I will, for the same reason, will not divulge, and I'll explain that again in a minute. I wanted to expose the government's role in changing the Constitution. Changing the Constitution. It's not the Constitution of 1781. It's not that. What have they done to the amendments to the Constitution? The first one has come out already. It's called the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was ratified with one comma in it, and there's absolute proof of that. And I've got a couple follow-ups on that. One is we've got additional information since I wrote that. In fact, we had 480 documents, 92% of which had one comma instead of three. There were 4% had two commas and 4% had three commas. At this point, we've got 800 documents, and so part two is going to have images of all these documents. If it's a newspaper, it'll have the banner and the date and what they wrote. If it's a book, it'll have the title page and what that wrote. And so there's going to be visual image proof of what we came up with. We've added additional information to that. Now there's what's called the missing 13th Amendment was ratified, and we found the proof. And there's always been an assumption of proof. We found the proof that it was ratified, absolute proof, and that'll come out with that article. At present, though, I'm working on the 14th Amendment, and I had written an article on the 14th Amendment about what happened after it was submitted to the states, how a state could reject it and then later change to ratify it. But if they ratified it, they could not later prove to unratify it, which made it a one-way street. You could reject and then ratify, but you can't ratify and then reject. So you're allowed to change your vote as long as it's a positive and ratified. but we never looked at before ratification how it went to the states. And now we found something crucial, and it being illegally and unlawfully submitted to the states for ratification to begin with, and that's the one that I'm currently working on. And then we're going to the 16th and 17th Amendment, and perhaps the 27th Amendment. And the 27th Amendment I'd written an article on already, but it's going to go into more detail. The 22nd Amendment was actually the second one submitted to the states. The third one submitted to the states was what we call the First Amendment. The fourth one submitted to the states is the one we call the Second Amendment. The first two were rejected out of the ones that were submitted to the states. They were not ratified. Mm-hmm. But the 27th Amendment, the Fifth Amendment requires Congress notify the states, and historically, with the single exception of Vermont, no state has ever been allowed to ratify an amendment that was not a member state of the Union at the time the ratification was submitted. The Second Amendment, the original second submission, the 27th Amendment, was submitted along with the Bill of Rights back in 1789. Congress never notified these states, but some college student went into it, and he notified these states that they should ratify the second proposed amendment, which became the 27th Amendment. And ironically, New Jersey and Michigan ratified the same day. New Jersey was a state at the time, but government gives credit to Michigan for the ratification. Michigan wasn't a state then, and there's no authority anywhere. So the 27th Amendment came into being unlawfully because they're using all these other states as counters now with new numbers as far as the 3/4 required. But ironically, too, when Congress realized that they were going to ratify the 27th Amendment, which requires that if Congress grants themselves a pay raise, it doesn't go into until the next session of Congress, so people can vote those people out that voted for the pay raise. Congress went in and gave themselves perpetual annual pay raises unless they reject those pay raises. So they circumvented it before it was ratified. So they get a pay raise every year unless they reject it. So this is the government's manipulation of the Constitution and the ratification process to get what they want, not what the people want, but through their representatives.
Okay, and so that you pretty much you consider yourself at battle with the government to preserve the Constitution. And
since April 19th, 1990. What year was that?
April 1975.
Yeah, since that fire, yes, that my course was set.
Okay, yeah. Now you got now going after Waco and with your battle with the Constitution, you started getting branded an anti-government extremist by some, and many people in the Patriot community did. After Waco for some reason. And for instance, the Anti-Defamation League, a book written by William and Naomi Garwood's Institute on Terrorism and Extremism, named just about everybody in the Patriot community in this document called Armed and Dangerous. Militias take aim at the federal government. And it was a fact-finding report put together by the Anti-Defamation League in 1994. Okay, and if you go through this and you see the names, there's many people out there that, people part of, it says bands of armed right-wing militants, most call themselves militias, are cropping up across America. They have no centralized structure, but they have linkages among some of them, consisting largely of sharing propaganda material and speakers. A survey conducted by the Anti-Defamation League has found evidence of their activity in fewer than 13 states. And they go through just about, they name a whole bunch of people state by state. And the first one on the list, if you go down there, to Arizona, you're one of the first ones. It says, they go through the state of Arizona and militias, talk about David Espy, different people. I'm not familiar with everybody on here, but some of the names stick out to me. But right over here, one of the first names, it says, also active in Arizona is Gary D. Hunt, a man obsessed with the Waco Branch Davidian incident. Hunt himself was present during the siege in Waco and wrote about the event at the time, comparing the Branch Davidians to the original Revolutionary Minutemen. I understand why, and this is a quote from you, I understand why the Minutemen were willing to stand and face portions of the greatest military force in the world, and I understand why David Koresh and other brave defenders of Mount Carmel stand fearlessly defending their home and mine. More recently, Hunt has distributed a flyer dated July the 2nd, 1994, and labeled Sons of Liberty number 3. The flyer describes the effectiveness of militias in the Revolutionary War. Now, pretty much the Anti-Defamation League, together with the Southern Poverty Law Center nowadays, it seems like, when it comes to, a lot of these people, pretty much on the left, the Anti-Defamation League, the Southern Poverty Law Center, they have their hate watch report that they put out there. And anybody that seems like they're part of the Patriot community, Patriot Radio, and you could just go down the list right over here from the ADL that they put out here. Anybody that had a problem with what happened in Ruby Ridge, Waco, and you just go through from everybody from Arizona. You got everybody. You just go up and down there. People that stand in violent opposition against the New World Order, and they put all this stuff about the whole Patriot community, and they just they call it propaganda. Everybody, Norm Resnick, these are just some of the names that are in here. Mark Corky, Mark from Michigan is named in this. Carol Hale at one point's named in this whole thing. A lot of Linda Thompson named in here. And a few months later, they even added Bill Cooper to the list from the Southern Poverty Law Center. Bo Greitz, he's in here. Norm Olson, he's in here. A lot of over and over and over again. And what they try to do in the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL did from the beginning, and what they do now is try to malign everybody in the Patriot community, and the militia movement, in basically with the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazi organizations. Now, what do you feel about this, and what do you think the rest of the people on this list, and what do you think about the rest of the people that were named on this list? Everybody from Louis Beam to everybody put on this list by the Anti-Defamation League.
Well, I have adopted a policy, principles. I will not defame a patriot, so I can't comment on some of those that claim to be patriots, and I can't prove that they're not, but I can say by some of the activities of some of them, they haven't acted honorably. Some of them, what happened with this list, though, and that was 1994. Southern Poverty Law Center got smart. They realized that this becomes a recruiting platform. Now, if we're talking about Bo Greitz and Carol Howe, which side are they on? I've got some interesting stories about Bo Greitz in Waco, for example. He wanted to come down there, and this is fairly early on. It's in mid-March, I guess, earlier mid-March. Contacted me and wanted to come down there. I said, I'll tell you what, Bo, you come down here quietly, and we'll talk and we'll explain where we're going with this thing, what we want to do, and then you can go back and come down and come off the plane with your hands high and say what you're doing. But what we found out about Ruby Ridge, which is rather interesting, and there is footage of it, Jack McLam was on trial for impersonating an officer, and in the trial, Bo Greitz testified that he was asked to go up to Ruby Ridge to solve the problem there, and he was contacted by the FBI, and he told the FBI that he would not go up there unless he could take his good friend Jack McLam with him. Now, the FBI contacted Bo to get him to go up there. Bo acted like the Patriots wanted him to go up there and help Randy Weaver. But he, in the testimony, that he admitted that he was going to take down Randy Weaver physically if Randy wouldn't give himself up. Now, which side is Bo Greitz on? Bo Greitz, this war hero, tried to commit suicide because his wife got upset with him, but he couldn't even commit suicide. Hell, the Japanese could commit suicide, but Bo Greitz, this brave hero, couldn't commit suicide. He shot himself in the chest with a glancing blow and got this sympathy. Now, he came. I was in Arizona at the time, because I'd given up everything I had in Florida, and I was living in Arizona, actually working. I had to go back and work for a living because my life savings had gone out the window, and the value of my company. But he was going to be speaking at an event, and so I went. I was a long stairway up to where the event was. I don't remember the building right now, but I was near the top of it with some friends, and Bo was coming up, and he had this entourage following him, and I walked up to him, and I held my hand out and said, I'm Gary Hunt, Bo. Good to finally meet you. And he started to put his hand out, and then he pulled his hand back and walked on past me because he knew what happened in Waco.
Mm-hmm.
He recognized me. And so Bo is not a patriot. He's an insert into the patriot community, as far as I'm concerned. Now, Carol Howe, there's a question of which side she was on, because she became a major source of information about Elohim City. And I spent about a week at Elohim City, by the way. Before Waco, I'd corresponded.
You spent a week in Elohim City. Was that before Waco and before Oklahoma City?
No, it was after. I communicated with Dr. Millar prior to back in '92, because I was beginning to write articles. I didn't start publishing Outpost of Freedom until afterwards, but I was in touch with a number of people in the patriot community, including Cy Minette, who was the one that informed me about Waco. I've been talking with various people around the country, fax or phone, mostly phone. And one that I spoke with a couple times on the phone, and quite a bit of email sharing of articles that we'd written, was Dr. Millar. So I was welcome there, but they were a little curious. So I had to eat dinner one night off post with a guy that ex-military, like myself, to investigate me, to see if I was legitimate or not. Even though we'd corresponded, he was at this time concerned with infiltration into Elohim City. And so I had dinner with this guy, and we talked for hours, had a few beers together, and then he reported that he felt comfortable with me. So I was all of a sudden, even though I was staying at Elohim City at the time, all of a sudden Millar opened up with me, and we got along quite well. In fact, I ended up having dinner with him and his whole family, a whole 10, 12 people at dinner that night. So I was accepted at the time, but there was still some doubt, because I was supposed to give a talk on a morning session. They're kind of interesting. Their day starts at noon, not at midnight. But I was supposed to give a talk. And when I went there, I was expecting, the men to be there, but not one male was there except me. And it was all women. There was still a little bit of concern, thinking maybe I was trying to get everybody in one place, which was not the case. But I was kind of taken aback by, I was going to be talking to men, not to women. So I had to change what I presented. But anyway, I left on good terms with them, because nothing did happen. But I think that they'd found out that Carol Howe was probably informing that the government infiltration in the patriot community was very, very strong, which, if we look at the informants at Burns, the intrusion in the patriot community is phenomenal. And so I went to jail over exposing these people.
See, a lot of people say the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL, that a lot of them are involved in spying and investigating all the patriot community.
When Southern Poverty Law Center, ADL, initially began backing off of this, because what they were doing was yellow pages to find patriots, but they had Howe and Bo Greitz in there, and there were probably some others that are, I haven't gone through that list since back then. Mm-hmm. But all of a sudden we saw certain people and organizations being removed from that. And so my supposition is, if they don't have an informant within a group, they're not going to put that group on the list, because if it's the yellow pages, they want to direct people to those organizations because they have informants within those.
See, and informants is always a big subject in the patriot community. And okay, when it came down to it, and this goes on back to some of the accusations that started being put about against you. And it started originally not too long after Waco, and it had to do with Linda Thompson and Bill Cooper, of them originally starting to claim that they had a theory that you were an ATF agent of some type.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a camera, but and I usually wear a hat. But that picture that you sent to me, for example, if you look at it, that guy has less hair than I have now, and he doesn't look like me.
So I have the video. Is it okay? I'll play the video, and
Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, we got that,
Yeah.
and it's like about 2 minutes, and it actually has the conversation that that Lena Thompson and Bill Cooper actually had on the air. I heard that you picked this up when you were driving around. You heard them on the radio speaking about this, and this is where it all started. Where
No, not that one. No, there are two events. One is that one, that picture. The other one is John Doe 4. Now,
yeah, we'll get into that too. I wanted to get into that and ask you about this. But
this one was brought to my attention later. I did not hear this one on the radio.
Okay, this is
I just
from.
want to clarify.
This one here is from October the 23rd, 1993. So it's just a few months after the Waco incident. And what I'm about to set up here is it's footage that was actually in Lena Thompson's documentary Waco: The Big Lie. And it's during the middle of it, after the original footage of the Waco siege on February 28th. They claim it's from a news station, and it shows what they purport to be an ATF funeral. And what they claim in here is, I'm going to let the footage speak for itself. It's about 3 minutes or so. They claim that you are actually at this ATF funeral and carrying the casket over here, and that you're actually an ATF informant of some type. So let me play this video real quick. It's about like a minute here. Give me 1 second.
Going and going and going and going and going and doesn't. Now, there's a lot more to this. It just keeps going and going and going and going and going and doesn't seem to want to stop. In fact,
remember Ron Engelman was the radio host that supposedly was communicating with the Branch Davidians while the siege was going on, and he was working with Gary Hunt. You remember the whole premise for Gary Hunt claiming that he had this?
Yeah, I've got to ask you something. Where did you get that film, that clip of film in your video of the funeral scene?
That was broadcast over television as it was on a news show, as being a scene from the funeral of one of the ATF agents, and I knew it couldn't be because if you look at it, the cars in the background are all from the 70s. And what I noticed when I first saw that was I recognized one of the men carrying a coffin, or the coffin, as someone that I was in the Army with, 15 years ago. And he didn't look like he'd aged. I said, man, for 15 years, he looks awful good. And then that's what got us looking at that piece of tape a lot, and we realized that can't possibly be the scene from a funeral now. All the cars are from the 70s. Even the cameras that the cameramen have in the background are old-fashioned cameras. And for some reason, the station used a piece of film footage that's 15 or 20 years old to portray a funeral for one of the ATF agents. Now, I don't know if they just used it to show a funeral or if it was an intentional misrepresentation, but it also looks like Gary Hunt is one of the people in the back carrying the coffin.
Well, we've had 8 people make a positive identification that the last person on the far side holding the casket is Gary Hunt.
Well, that's why I went ahead and put it in, because
Now,
it had been shown.
That person also matches the photograph that Gary Hunt sent us for his press credentials, which he ultimately stole from us and we believe are probably in the ATF files. Now, something else is really strange about that clip, because except for Gary Hunt, the one who has been identified as Gary Hunt, the other men carrying that casket all have Hitler mustaches, every single one of them.
One thing I thought about that, though, is they could be military mustaches, because they have to cut their mustaches off right at the top of the lip and at the outside edges of the lip.
No, that's the exact same mustache that Hitler wore. And it doesn't look like real hair. It looks like it's been drawn in like with a mascara picture right under their nose to make them all look like Nazis. And if you took that directly off of a television broadcast, then somebody's really playing with our minds. Oh, I've studied it for 3 days. You go back and look at it. All you people out there who have the Waco, the Big Lie, go back and start looking at that film with a fine-tooth comb, and you're going to see things that
I know that I put that film footage in because it was so bizarre to me. I recognized one of the guys, from 15 years ago, and then recognized Hunt too, because of course I've seen Hunt, and I didn't want to claim it was Hunt, without having anybody else authenticate that for me, but it sure looked like Hunt to me.
It looks exactly like the photographs he sent us for his press credentials. We've had CADGI members show the video to people who know Gary Hunt, and 8 different people have positively identified that man as Gary Hunt.
Well, while we're on the air, if anyone has ever seen Ron Engelman and Gary Hunt at the same time, I'd like to know that too, because the one piece of film I have that shows somebody that's supposed to be Ron Engelman looks an awful lot like Hunt too. So I don't know.
Well, I want y'all to understand that I don't have anything bad to say about Ron Engelman.
Okay, so that's
Now, most of the pictures of me, I have a hat on. Now, I just, in watching this, in the pictures, there's a picture of me on the bed in Waco.
yeah, I seen that one. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now pull that picture up.
Yeah, let me see.
And I told you I couldn't find my camera. I just found it. I was going through some boxes while you were playing that, and I never met Ron Engelman in person until when Albuquerque that I talked about earlier when I stayed in the trailer.
Yeah, so that's the other question from what Linda Thompson's saying right there. Are you Ron Engelman? That's what she was getting at.
Well, I don't know how I could be.
Yeah,
I was on the phone with Ken Fawcett
mm-hmm.
when Ron was doing the show, and I think if we had a recording of that show, I don't know that I've got one, but if we had a recording of that show, Ken even says I've got Gary on the phone, but you can create things. Waco the Big Lie. I mean, I've disproven it. McNulty's disproven it. Am I McNulty too? But you can see me here.
Mm-hmm.
I've got more hair than that guy had on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Later, there's a picture. Now, when we get to John Doe 4, there's a picture of 2 people walking away from, and I've got the picture here somewhere. 2 people walking.
Video, the whole thing. We got video. We got footage. We got a lot of that. We wanted to get into that, and that takes us pretty much to April the 19th, 1995.
95, yeah.
Okay, and I wanted to talk about that, about April the 19th, 1995. Now, that's the Alfred P. Miro Federal Building, April 19th, 1995, attacked. The convicted Terry Nichols and Timothy McVeigh. And there was always a lot of theories surrounding the Oklahoma City bombing, many of them, some of them even involving you. But I wanted to focus first on, but instead of the theories and questions, and I got questions. I got a lot of questions. I heard about this, and you see this kind of thing, and, you automatically get a lot of questions. And, and so the first thing is by looking at some of the pictures, and I can't share a lot of the video because for copyright reasons, from sharing videos from the news stations, I've had some of it taken down. So I got to be careful of what I share over here. But everybody's seen a lot of the pictures and the videos and then the stories. And then the different theories that other people had, including Bill Cooper and including even bomb experts like General Ben Partain and others about did Timothy McVeigh have any help? And we'll get into some of the rumors and some of the conjecture and what is pretty much could be very much a cover up of a lot of the stuff that really happened there in a lot of ways. But I first wanted to go into there was seismographs. that said that there was actually, and a lot of people took the information from the seismographs and said that there was 2 explosions. And I've heard your explanation about that, and I know that you've actually had correspondence with Timothy McVeigh himself after the bombing. Correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay, and I've heard different theories. Now, your theory is now, okay, General Ben Partain had given, and like I said, I'm not a military expert. I have no experience with explosives of any kind of type. But I remember this stuff when I was a kid, seeing all this stuff. And I used to pick up videos at flea markets and watch a lot of these videos when I was a kid. I'm 42 years old today. Today's my birthday, April the 19th. But I used to pick up a lot of these videos like Waco, the Big Lie, these press conferences with General Ben Partain, and a lot of different information at a flea market. And I used to watch a lot of these videos like the Clinton Chronicles and a lot of these videos that were going around, 25, 30 years ago almost. And what Ben Partain was saying was, and if I have it wrong, let me know, that there was explosions from inside the building as well as the outside of the building. And from what you know, and I've heard you actually speak on what Timothy McVeigh has corresponded with you and what other people have said about the bombing. Could you please explain from what you know, and I've seen everybody has written that they've given you a hard time because you've done the government line and followed the government line. Would you please explain the bomb and how the really set up?
First, let me explain, and it's on my blog page. My copyright is by common law, and anybody's welcome to use any of my information as long as they give proper credit. I don't want people to edit my work and try and make something out of it. First, that understanding. A guy named Brown with the Geological Survey was the one that provided copies of the, and my article on my main page about the Oklahoma City bombing shows the seismographs. There were 2 seismographs. One was taken from where he was located, which was quite a ways from there, and the other one was taken from seismographs in Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
I called Brown and talked with him at length, and I said, people are saying that there were 2 explosions. He said, I never said that, and he was vehement about that, and he's pissed off that they mistook what he said. There's an echo, and it's apparent in the seismographs, because in the one in Oklahoma City, you can see kind of a stair-stepping. It looks like there's a secondary explosion, but it's the distance between the 2 is very small. They're incorporated in a single seismograph. If you look at one where he was, there's a greater distance, and so he explained it to me. A seismograph picks up various levels. One is surface, and the other one is from the substrata, the harder material. So the distance between the 2 explosions is greater on his than it is on theirs, and on his there's almost 2 distinct stair-stepping downs. Now, the stair-stepping down, what is that? That's the floors collapsing, hitting the ground, the concrete basement, and as each floor hit, there's more debris on the ground, so there's less transmitted. But the difference between the peak and the secondary explosion, as they call it, is actually the 2 different levels, the surface and the subsurface recordings.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference between the 2 being greater over a greater distance shows that there's a different distance between the 2 stair steps, and why these multiple steps down, each one is getting weaker and weaker because there's more debris between the next floor collapsing on top of a previous floor, so there's less strength in the seismograph.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that there was a single explosion, and that's his words, not mine. I may have recorded. I may have a recording of my conversation with him, may not, but I don't divulge the. I didn't have a means of putting it out, and I have a tendency not to, when I recorded conversations, not putting that out. Is more to refresh my memory. But I've went over that tape a number of times in my conversation with him to understand it. Now let's go back to Ben Partain. He's an expert. I think he was Air Force. He's an expert in aerial bombs. Now, when they took my plane away and sent it to Vietnam, I couldn't go to Vietnam because I was trying to go to Vietnam. That's the Army way. That's a long story. I was 2nd MI Battalion, and so I went into lockup, and I went to Oberammergau to Imagery Interpretation School. Now, his expertise as an aerial bomb expert deals with bombs going through the roof of a building and blowing the building up from the inside out, but you have a V funnel going in. The bomb goes in, and then you get a V funnel coming out of it. He's not versed in what happens in demolition. Now, if you talk to a demolition expert, which I did not do at the time, but I did some research in it, if you take the structure out of a building, you cause the building to collapse. Now, think about what you've seen in pictures of bomb damage. The top of the building's devastated. The bottom is intact. Then take what you look at a demolition. The bottom fails and everything then collapses on it, whether it's a building or whatever. Demolition has a tendency to work from the bottom up. And now look at how the buildings collapsed at the World Trade Center, for example. If you look at that, the 86th floor, I think, is where the plane hit the building. So what you get there is basically a demolition effect from the 86th up. So the 87th floor falls down, then the 88th floor falls down, then the 89th floor, and they all fall down. And at one point, that load begins to affect the structure of the building. So then it starts collapsing from the 86th floor down all the way to the ground. So the effect of a demolition versus an aerial bomb, you get different methods of falling down. Mm-hmm. Now, what happened with the Marab building is the devastation was all at the bottom. And what happened then, the bottom, if you look at the picture, you've got shear cuts. You don't get a funnel effect, you get a shear cut. That's caused by the failure of the bottom structure, the support columns for what's above that. And so everything above those failed structures falls down. So you've got shear walls. You don't get the funnel effect that you would from an aerial bomb. You get the shear effect that you get from, say, a partial demolition. Mm-hmm. Now, Parton was talking about it went off 15 feet away. Now, when I got to Oklahoma City, they had plywood over where the hole was. And it was right at the face of the building. It was a sidewalk 8 feet away from the building when it went off. It wasn't 50 feet away. It was 8 feet away. Now, if we go back to something that came up with one of the guys that was convicted, I can't think of his name now, the interview with his wife using soup cans, he explained to the guy and his wife how he was going to set the explosive off, and he set them up like bowling pins. Mm-hmm. In a triangle, and he would explode the first one, which would project the rest of them towards the building, and then the second set would go off, and then they would throw the next tier, and I think there were 3 tiers. The next tier then would blow the three more barrels inside the building. And then they would go up. And so this was destroying the columns that supported, and if you look at the pattern of it, you can almost see it, that it would be destroying the supporting structures of those supporting building. All the portions above those failed supports would give shear walls. And so if you look at the demolition, you'll see you've basically got a shear cut, not a funnel cut. that you would expect from an aerial bomb. You get more of the demolitions, partial demolition of the failure of vertical failure. So what Parton said was based upon his expertise, which is bombs going through a building, the roof of a building, or the side of a building, where you always get the funnel effect because of the massive explosion that might destroy upper levels in more of a diagonal rather than a vertical shape. So it was very obvious. Now, a friend of mine in Florida who got convicted on other charges, we used to have meetings every Tuesday. We would get together for lunch, a number of people, and talk about things. And when all this crap was coming out about me after the Oklahoma City bombing, his wife wouldn't allow him to let me come to these meetings anymore. She was not at the meetings, but she was afraid of me. But his name was Grant McEwen. But when something happens, I don't want to hear what other people say about it. I want to find out about it myself. So I looked at this critically from what my experience in military intelligence and evaluation of damage based upon bombing. I knew that what Parton was looking at was what I looked at, which was the funnel-shaped damage to buildings. Mm-hmm. And I saw the shear wall, which reminded me of, and I went back and looked at some footage of demolition work that where they tried to you always had that vertical destruction and the type of collapse. Now, the Marab building, too, most people don't realize the structure of that building. I don't remember how many floors it was, but the bottom 3 floors were earthquake-proof. The floors above that, 2 or 3 floors above that, whatever it was flexible to take the wind. Mm-hmm. So that you have 2 types of construction in the Marab building, which is not unusual, especially in California, but in anywhere where there are earthquakes. The foundation has to be rigid enough to withstand the shearing and the shaking. And then above that, then you want to deal with the wind. So then looking at all these things, obviously Parton is just looking at it from the narrow standpoint of his evaluation of aerial damage, where I'm looking at, now as a surveyor, we were involved in raising structures in Florida where they used the 2 design features. One was a rigid one, even though there were no earthquakes in Florida. In that sand, there can be settlements. So the base, the foundation, always had, in any high-rise building, had to have a solid foundation that would stand up against shifting sand motion. But then above that, then they go into a different form of construction that's more subjecting it to, say, hurricane force winds. So this concept is not new to me. And so it was, my experience was part of the benefit of my ability to evaluate what happened at the Marab building and to claim that, one, it wasn't 50 feet, it was more like 8 feet to the building, from the truck to the building. 2, the method that was used to cause the damage, to cause the failure, which had been explained in that interview with the wife of one of the guys that was convicted. Mm-hmm. So I've got to go to the source to report.
Yeah, and so what the wife of the person that was convicted, and that would probably be, I guess, Terry Nichols or Michael Fortier,
Michael
of those.
Fortier,
guys.
Michael Fortier.
Michael Fortier, yeah, he talked a lot. He put a lot of information. You're saying that it was set up like bowling pins, and what they say was and from what I heard, it was about each bowling pin. You represented as bowling pins. Were pointed at the building this way. I'm pointing at everybody.
Yeah, the broadside was towards the apex, was in the truck, and mm-hmm. the broadside was towards the building. So the first explosion threw five other pieces, the tier 2 and tier 3, the 5 other pieces towards the building. Then the 2 pieces then exploded after that, mm-hmm. and that would project the 3 into the building. And now then that destroyed the columns that supported the floors above it.
So what that load, when we're talking about we're taking every bowling pin, and they say there's about 6 of them, right? There was 1, and then 2, and then 3 lined up, right? Like bowling pins. And they were used. Now, when we talk about bowling pins, and you talk about soup cans, what they was actually used were those blue 55-gallon drums.
Right.
Hmm.
And so the first one would project the 5 in, then the second 2 would project the 3 further in.
And from what they said, at the day of the bombing that happened 25 years ago, Timothy McVeigh set one fuse off in the truck with the triangle bowling pin motion facing towards the building on the heavy side. He lit up one fuse, drove up to the building, lit a second fuse, and then walked away.
Well, I don't know how many fuses he did, but it would be easy enough. The fusing can have times to it, and I don't know what type of fusing he used, but he explained that to her. But whether it be a lit fuse or an electronic delay,
yeah, and that was one of the theories. What I got this from some documentary that he lit one fuse. About a minute later, pulled up in front of the building, left the second fuse, and then ran to his car. And from what you're saying, those two would have exploded, sending the 3 55-gallon drums that hadn't detonated into the building.
Right.
And then could that be like when people say, okay, it was only one bomb. Okay, if they simultaneously exploded, like let's just say, if the first two went off with the fuse and the 55-gallon drums flew into the Alfred P. Felder building, and then the 3 55-gallon drums that were propelled into the beginning, if they were on some kind of timer or switch of some type and they exploded in there, would that make that delay of the two blasts that the seismograph picked up?
I think that the separation between those would not be and I agree with Brown that the difference is that the two you're talking about how long would it take an explosion to blow 5 barrels?
Well, it depends. It depends if
10, 15, 8 feet, 10 feet. He chose that location because there was all glass on the bottom floor.
Yeah.
So there's no restriction. How long would it take? There's not enough interval of time. Well,
unless they were set off on the last 3 were set off in a timer at some point, and there's some desperation of
whether. But you're talking about microseconds in this, so they're going to be almost a simultaneous. The noise of the first explosion is going to be still going off when the second set goes off. You're talking about microseconds. It probably took less than a tenth of a second for the second 2 barrels to explode, and then less than a tenth of a second for the third set to blow.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go back to Grant McEwen. He was in Special Forces. His MOS was communication and demolition. Now everybody in Special Forces has 2 MOSs. His was communication detonation, and I talked to Grant about this. And yes, they can do things like that. That whether it's electronic or a fuse, it's the length. How long is the fuse? So if the fuse that set the first barrel off ignites 2 other fuses, and you've got that set for by the length the physical fuses. I don't know how the electronic ones work, but apparently it's similar. It burns so many feet in so much time. Mm-hmm. So if I've got the first one igniting the second set of fuses, and then the second set of fuses ignite the third, it's the length of the fuse that determines the segment. Now the explosion is traveling at extremely high velocities. I don't remember the velocities now. Grant told me what they were. Mm-hmm. Gave me an idea, but you're talking about basically the same explosion, a long explosion.
Oh yeah, 2 different parts almost. Like just it would basically barrel an explosion, and those drums, whether they were exploded already or not, would fly into the building with such force that once the force hit the building would blow up, causing everything from the roof to come collapsing down afterwards.
What would break the support structures?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at a building like that, it might be every 18 feet or something like that, 12 feet. They've got a column supporting the load above that, and then you've got columns, and then you've got beams. The beams tie 2 columns together. Now, if I take one column out, that shear then would have an effect on levering down on the adjacent beam or column, which would perhaps cause a failure in it. But somewhere along the line, that effect diminishes. So it's kind of a domino effect to some extent. Now, the shape of that, if you look at the pictures of the building after the explosion, it goes further to the right than to the left. So somehow, you know, whether the walls inside protected one side more than the other, whatever it was, the thing is, when I take a column out, everything above that column falls. It's failed, so everything falls down behind it. Now, Brown's theory, and I agree with him, was the stair stepping down, and I think there were 7 steps. The stair stepping down is each time when the first floor hit the basement floor, you get the first step. Then you get when the second floor hits the first one, you get another step. When the third floor hits the second floor, you get another less impact on the bottom. That's the stair stepping that you see in the seismographs. So that makes a lot more sense than thinking, pardon way, of dropping a bomb through the roof of a building. If you look at the damage from World War II, that you always get these tapered. They're not vertical. They're tapered. And the upper floors take more damage.
And basically, to agree with what General Bed Parton was saying, is that there was an explosion inside the building that was already set to go off, as if there was almost 2 teams of attackers going on in the building. And I've heard a lot of...
He says that, look, you'll have people say that I was in the building wiring the damn building when I was in Orlando. And this goes back to John Doe 4.
Yeah, well, that one right there about you being there before the building, that was a Gene Graham, and that was one of those InfoWars stories. And
no, it started with Linda Thompson and Bill Cooper. Didn't you say in an email that you'd found the other footage that I talked about where they made?
Have you ever actually heard when? And here's what we'll get into this whole thing. Do you know the theory that Bill Cooper put out? Like, do you know who John Doe number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are?
I don't know who any of them are.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll tell you the names, right, and then we'll get to the footage. He had a whole theory about who these people are and exactly what happened. Let me show you, and this is his theory, and I've done the research on all this, and I've seen everything from Ben Partain to Gene Graham and everything that's out there. But on the night he put out the hour, the time, the piece of paper called Oklahoma City, The Plot That Sickens. And I know that you've said this is that paper that went around for time and time and time again. And, you know, and it described, this is where you were named as John Doe number 4. But but the other people that were named as John Doe number 1, they came out, and I'll show you some of the pictures here. Some of the people, they said immediately John Doe number 1 was Timothy McVeigh. They said that was the theory. Was John Doe number 1 was Timothy McVeigh. John Doe number 2 was a man that he called Michael Brescia, that Bill Cooper said actually visited him in his research study, and him and Timothy McVeigh, he claims, tried to visit him at his research study and tried to get him to join the bombing. And what Bill Cooper said is that many people in the Patriot community were approached by these 2 men, John Doe number 1, Timothy McVeigh, and John Doe number 2, this guy, Michael Brescia, who was known as being a person in the Aryan Republican Army, the Midwest bank robbers. And what the theory was is that Michael Brescia was some sort of informant of some kind of government organization because he had been busted as a bank robber. And this is the Aryan Republican Army, the Midwest bank robbers. They were the guys that made famous leaving bombs that didn't explode at their bank robberies. And they used to wear presidential masks. If you ever see some of the movies like Point Break, where they were actually wearing Nixon masks, and they were a terrorist organization founded after the white supremacist group from the 80s called The Order, that's written about in the Turner Diaries.
Right.
And so what Bill Cooper said is that these 2 men, Michael Brescia and Timothy McVeigh, visited him, and from witness Don Stewart claimed that the same 2 men at a gun show in Michigan visited Mark Corky Mark from Michigan and tried to get him to join the bomb plot as well. And they said that these two men went to Florida. They were in Arizona. They were in Michigan. And this guy, Michael Brescia, and I got the picture of them up there, the John Doe number 2. This is the Bill Cooper's claim. We're going around, and it was a sting operation trying to suck people into the Patriot community into the bombing plot. Okay, so John Doe number 1 was Timothy McVeigh. John Doe number 2 was this guy, Michael Brescia. Now, John Doe, Brescia, yeah. He was from Philadelphia. And one of the things that the FBI came out and said was that Timothy McVeigh had made some phone calls to Philadelphia and Elohim City before the bombing went off. And this gets to the guy that they said was John Doe number 3. Known, and I know you said you visited Elohim City like a few years with Robert Millar. And this guy, Andreas Strassmeyer, they called him Andy the German, was training militiamen in Elohim City. And the theory that Bill Cooper put out there is that in all actuality, Andy the German ended up in Elohim City training their militias because he was actually a German intelligence officer sent from Germany to the United States to track down anti-Semitic material that was being sent to Germany and to stop the flow of it out of Elohim City. And this is one of the men that Carol Hale said was going around encasing buildings in the Oklahoma City. So this was John Doe number 3. Andreas Strassmeyer.
Now, Strassmeyer, from what I understand, went back to Germany right after the bombing.
Yes, but he was training people for years, all in the beginning of the 90s, in Robert Millar's Elohim City. They called him Andy German.
This is why Millar had me checked out and finally had faith in my sincerity. This is what he was facing.
When you were in Elohim City, did you notice anybody like Andy the German or train with any of those people that were there?
No, but I was there well after the bombing.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd said you'd been there before the bombing in an interview.
No. He and I had communicated before, exchanged articles, and it was all phone or email.
And you'd stay there for like a week after the bombing?
It was after the bombing, yes. I was I spent a lot of time in South Bend, Indiana with a friend. And I'd been staying there, and so that was my contact point at the time. And I had gone to spend some time. My daughters were born at that time, and I took about a week off to go up there. When I got back, actually, he called me and he said, "Man, I got a lot of messages for you." And so when I got back there, I didn't want to hear about it, because I was with my family at the time. When I got back, there were faxes and all these things, invitations. One of the investigators for McVeigh's attorneys, Richard Reyna, was trying to contact me. I can't think of the name of the newspaper right now. It was a guy that I'd talked with.
Oh, I know. It's
during Waco.
Okay, wait up. I think I have the name of it. Media Bypass.
Media Bypass, and the stepfather of Edie, who lost her 2 sons to the bombing, wanted to interview me. So, and other people, and so I was making all these contacts, and then I made arrangements to go down to Oklahoma City. I did. And this all came because of what Thompson and Cooper did, but all of a sudden I was somebody of interest. And so I stopped at Media Bypass. I met with, I can't think of his name now, but Edie's stepfather. Went to his house, and I contacted Reyna, and there were other people. Those are the 3 direct contacts, were in-person contacts. The rest were either handled by phone or email or fax or other means. But let's get back to 2 things. I think
see, you were named as John Doe number 4, but just for some background, because we're not going to go back to these guys.
Okay.
They named a John Doe number 5.
Oh, you didn't show my picture. I want to see what he put up for my picture on there.
Oh yeah, we got that. And the thing is, because I got a couple questions about some of the accusations
That's not me.
he was making. Because I've heard you interview the actual accusations that he made. Okay, so this guy's Daniel Spiegelman. They said that he was actually a fundraiser that was stealing artwork over in Europe to raise funds. Another guy that they called John Doe number 6 was this guy, Mike Vanderbo, the John Doe Times. And what Bill Cooper claimed is that he was an agent of the Anti-Defamation League that was actually, and they said that the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League and this sting operation that was set up to try to lure patriots in, like Mark Hornke, Mark from Michigan, and others. And Mike Vanderbo was working along. I mean, I just know stories from Mike Vanderbo. I Googled him and looked him up. He was from Ohio. Bill Cooper claimed that he was part of a militia that didn't exist. And this is, he wrote, and I've been on John Doe Times and read some of the articles that he was written, but this is Mike Vanderbo. He said was an informant for the Anti-Defamation League and an agent for the Anti-Defamation League. Okay, and a lot of this all had to do, he kept on pointing at, this was the theory where everybody was pointing at Oklahoma City. And he named a lot of these people. And I just got one question that he said he didn't know was when he was talking about this, and I'm going to play the video. Now I got the video, and this is the video that supposedly the two men walking around from out of the Oklahoma City bombing. He said that he didn't know what your ethnic and religious identity was. What is your ethnic and religious identity?
My ethnic background is American. I mean, my genealogy, the last mid-1800s is the last time people came from foreign country, but basically Germany, Belgium, England, Scotland, primarily that. Now, that guy's got more belly than I have now. That's not a very good one. There are better ones where the
Oh yeah, I got the video and everything, but because I wanted to ask a couple questions about did you actually hear? Have you actually heard? And this came from a broadcast. I'm about to play this from a broadcast on June the 11th, 2001, and this episode's not available for whatever reason. Doyle Shanley took down this episode, and it's really not readily available. And it was from June the 11th, 2001, the night that Timothy McVeigh got executed. And Bill Cooper went on the air, and he named John Doe 1, 2, 3, 4. Was talking about a lot of things. He was all revved up. He was pretty wild. If you look for it, you can look for it over on YouTube. I don't play the whole thing because actually I had it up at one point, and they got me. They tried to say there was hate speech in it because of some of the things he was saying about the Anti-Defamation League and others on the broadcast. But it's called Oklahoma City, The Plot Sickens. And it was from June the 11th, 2001. And what I was saying, I've heard a lot of interviews where you've said that that Bill Cooper said you were there in Oklahoma City, but that you didn't think from what you knew that Bill Cooper and Linda Thompson were accusing you for being involved in Oklahoma City. And that's not only, and that's Michelle Moore was also helping him. She was the CAGI bureau chief of Oklahoma City at the time. But did you know that he wasn't just saying that you were there in Oklahoma City? He was saying that you were involved in the actual bombing. Did you know that?
Well, yeah. Well, Graham kind of started that, but I think it came from Bill and Linda. What Linda does. Linda's attacks against me have been very, very strong after the breakup, especially after that meeting at the Dairy Queen in April. I don't remember when it was, when she called the militia out, and she had 6 or 8 people in the Dairy Queen with her. Those are the people that showed up for it. Mm-hmm. She's been after me and made all kinds of stories over the years. I know that they placed me in Oklahoma City, and the implication was my involvement in it. Why would I be there? Now, Graham had talked with Linda. I know that from it's hearsay, but that a lady that was there when they were in Oklahoma, when they were doing, I forgot what town it was in, was a friend of mine that I was actually at their house staying with them in Las Vegas when the Golden Hill Begizik thing started. Now, she happened to be there, and Graham was going to use my name, and she said, "Don't use his name. I know him." and she didn't use my name in one of the interviews. I don't know what happened after that. You know, I got tired of keeping track of how bad a person I was.
I heard a few interviews. There was one, a lot of them were on Alex Jones, and they were in the last 10 years. And she said that she identified you, and her story is that she had seen you inside the building, and it was kind of a wild story.
Wiring, yeah.
Yeah, doing wiring, right? And she did a couple stories. She was on Alex Jones' show twice telling this story. And the second time she actually made in her second interview, and she was a part of some documentary that was coming out. And it was a documentary that she was involved in that actually doesn't mention your name in the documentary, but in the interview.
That's the one that I mentioned that she was asked not to use my name, and Wyla was there at the time and told her not to use my name because she knows I wasn't there.
And the interview for it, she on Alex Jones, where she was doing the interview to promote the movie or the documentary, she does mention your name, and she also made an allegation that friends of yours had actually came to her daughter's house and threatened her. That's what she said. And that's still available if you want to see it.
That would be Wyla, and Wyla was a friend, yes.
Okay, yeah, and they said that it wasn't you but somebody representing you, according to her in this interview, said that, you know, somebody came by, knocked on the house and said, you know, it didn't happen, leave him alone, quit saying this kind of stuff or some sort. Okay,
yeah,
so
that was Wyla, and you know, Wyla told me about it. I was after the video came out because we were not in touch. You know, I met a lot of people over the years traveling around the country. When I was talking about Waco, I would usually stay in somebody's house, sleep on their floor, on their couch, or one case under the dining room table. But you know, I couldn't afford to stay in motels. I was broke at the time. Occasionally I had to, but most often when I was talking about traveling around the country, talking about Waco, I was being put up and fed by the people that invited me to go there. And Wyla was one that like I say, I was in Las Vegas at the time. I have a few friends in Las Vegas. One of my primary team members in research was from Las Vegas at the time. He's not there anymore. But Mike Spezio, a good friend of mine, was in Las Vegas at the time too. So Las Vegas I had some ties with, and I had Spezio and I have been friends for years. We still are. So.
Okay, so then it gets to the video.
You could call it a friendship because we got so close to these people because we lived with them. I stayed at Wyla's house. She ended up getting a divorce, but she was married at the time, and I stayed in their house part of the time in Las Vegas. Then I stayed at Spezio's house part of the time that I was in at times when I was in Las Vegas. So we were friends, and she's the one that told on that video, that documentary, don't use his name, and the producers of the video went along with that because they trusted Wyla.
See, and that goes all between this theory, and I've heard her speak, and I heard her interviews where Jane Graham was putting out like a lot of these like deep state conspiracy theories that really, I don't know if that has any.
Just for the heck of it, go back to the first picture you showed, Breska.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you know, I do a lot of background work. I spend a lot of time looking into things. Now, I've looked into police drawings, and there's criteria. They have questions they ask, and they draw pictures from that. Go back, put that picture back up. I want to point some Breska.
Okay, yeah. I thought I had it up. Let me do this. Okay. There you go.
Okay, now look at the chin. The guy on the right, the police drawing, has got a wide, flat bottom chin. Look at the picture. Well, no, it's not quite pointed, but it's not flat bottom. Look at the distance between the nose and the lips.
Oh yeah, that's why I put this up. And there's been a lot of different theories about who John 2 is, but this is the main picture everybody's seen. This is a young picture that just recently got released, along with a lot of other mugshots with people in the Aryan Republican Army. Everybody from Richard Lee Guthrie to Michael Brescia, all people that were part of this.
Okay. Okay, my point here. Look at the hairdo too. The picture's got a part. The other guy's got this curly hair. The one guy got straight hair. One got curly hair. Now they're trying to make these people look the same, and if you don't look at the detail, the ears are different, a little bit different.
Yeah, I did this video. Nobody's. If you go over on Google. I did this last night in preparation. Nobody's ever put these two pictures up together, ever.
I've seen them up together back then.
Oh, okay, yeah. But this picture, I think this picture of Michael Brescia's a recently released picture of mugshots that they just released with all the people that were part of the Midwest bank robbers. And there's another picture of Michael Brescia that's out there too, that's been around for a while. It looks like it's from like a newspaper or like a fax copy or something that isn't as detailed, and it actually looks even less. Well, it doesn't even look like this guy.
I want to make a point now. When the picture that you showed was supposed to be me in Oklahoma City with the guy that looks like an Indian. Yeah. When that came out, I heard about it. I had not seen it. Now, it was on a television program, and my wife saw it, and she said, "That guy looks a lot like you." Now,
your wife even agreed. Your wife even said, "I can see why people are saying that it looks like you."
No, she didn't say that. She didn't say that. She said it looks a lot like you because she knew where I was at the time. She was with me. I was in Orlando, Florida. Mm-hmm. Now, I think I told you when we were talking the other day. There was somebody that I was with in Florida at the time, and for the same reasons I've explained before, his name never came up. But a lot of people would make accusations, and I'd get caught up in a conversation, a chat, or something on the internet where they accused me of being John Doe 4. And I would say, you pick a guy that you trust to tell the truth, and that will swear to autonomy of the source, because I want to protect the source. But is a name that's well known in the Patriot community. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'll talk to him, and then he can come back and contact this guy and come back. Now, the reason is the guy is an attorney, and it's out now because finally at the top of my main page, outpost-of-freedom.com, there's an article called Gary Hunt, John Doe 4. And this was this program was set up, structured for this purpose. One is I was supposed to be on the show in the first.
Yeah, The Last Bastille, I think it was called, with Larry.
No. It wasn't Last Bastille. It was shit. What's his name?
That's probably where I found it, though. I think under that, but it was Larry Beecroft, the lawyer, right?
It was Larry Beecroft. He was a tax attorney, and he's been very successful. And I was in Orlando, Florida, at 9 o'clock in the morning, April 19th, in front of the Robb Building. In front of the a friend of ours, the one that I mentioned, the guy who was in Special Forces, Grant McEwen, was on trial. And so we were there, and like he said in the interview, but we structured this program to demonstrate what happens to the Patriot community. We knew I wasn't going to come on for a half an hour, but what's his name? Randy Mack. Mm-hmm. Knew it, but he acted like, oh, we've got all these accusations, and he went through all this shit about me, and he had no proof of it, but he just made the accusations. And then I came in at the half hour, apologized for being late, and so I explained mine with no proof. And so at the hour, then I said, do you have a special guest, don't you? And it was Larry Beecroft, and I'd talked to Larry and said, look, I've protected you all this time, but will you be willing to come on the show? And he said yes. So he was listening in this whole thing, and so he came on at the show. He was with me that morning, and he even said Gary must have one of those transporters if he was in Oklahoma City at the same time. Oh, yeah. And the idea is accusations without proof, defense without proof, and then now here's the proof. And this is my whole way of reporting things. Here's the proof. And Larry Beecroft was well known at the time. He's still around. I've still got to get in touch with him about something, but he was with me. So this is the structure of the entire Patriot community: false accusations, false defenses. Mm-hmm. But the proof is in the pudding, so to speak.
Oh yeah, and all we have is video to really pull through. And I seen Larry Beecroft. He actually was on Bill Cooper's show in like '96 talking about a book about the Martin Luther King assassination, like a while back. I'd actually heard that interview. But it gets to the accusations in the videos, and I've gone through these videos like a million times ever since I heard about all this stuff. So, but I don't know if you've actually heard the episode. It's not really available out there online too much. Of when Bill Cooper, and I got it clipped to like a minute, and I'll play it real quick. It shows the video of the two men who he calls you John Doe number 4 and this other guy John Doe number 6, which he couldn't name, coming out of the Muro building. But I'm going to play it twice. It's like a 1-minute clip. I'm going to play it twice back to back, and then we'll talk about it. And I'll show you. I've analyzed the video a bunch of different times, and I just want you to see what I have to say about the video. So I'm going to play this real quick. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, and this is from Bill Cooper, Hour of the Time, June the 11th, 2001.
John Doe number John Doe number 4 has been positively identified as Gary Hunt. He has never been questioned by any law enforcement agency. Gary Hunt was also involved with the Waco Massacre in 1993. Gary Hunt is an informant for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Gary Hunt masquerades as an American patriot. The ethnic and religious background of Gary Hunt is not known to us. John Doe number 6 remains unidentified at this time. We do have a video of him in the company of Gary Hunt, John Doe number 4, walking away from the Alfred P. Muro Federal Building within 10 minutes after the bombs detonated. Both men in the videotape are carrying transmitters in their hands. The same kind of transmitters used by demolition experts to detonate bombs. John Doe number 4 has been positively identified as Gary Hunt. He has never been questioned by any law enforcement agency. Gary Hunt was also involved with the Waco Massacre in 1993. Gary Hunt is an informant for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Gary Hunt masquerades as an American patriot. The ethnic and religious background of Gary Hunt is not known to us. John Doe number 6 remains unidentified at this time. We do have a video of him in the company of Gary Hunt, John Doe number 4, walking away from the Alfred P. Muro Federal Building within 10 minutes after the bombs detonated. Both men in the videotape are carrying transmitters in their hands. The same kind of transmitters used by demolition experts to detonate bombs.
Okay, and we're back. And if you want to walk through the footage, and then I'm going to show you.
No need to. I'll tell you a few things. Go back to the picture of me in Waco, and you'll see my beard was still brown at that time. It's white now. And I see why.
Has been positive.
Okay, I had to put the volume. Yeah, okay.
The bald spot in the back of his head, my bald spot in the back of my head was very small at that time. It's probably smaller than that still. I will admit that it looks like me, but and my wife, at first glance, but when she looked at it too. Now, I still have more hair in front than he has in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't nearly that bald. I'm still not that bald.
See, and that's the thing.
As a surveyor, I take long strides. He takes short strides.
See, and it's hard to explain, but you can see, like, it does kind of look, it looks familiar. And here's what Bill Cooper was saying, and this is the question that I have. Okay, Bill Cooper was saying that the whole entire Oklahoma City bombing was actually a failed sting operation on the Patriot militia community. And it's kind of ironic. A lot of the people whose names came up in what ended up being accusations that this whole thing was a sting operation. Sam Donaldson had accused Mark Corky of being seen with Timothy McVeigh. Mark Corky, he said he kind of blew it off and said, I got to check my notes. I don't know nothing about that. Bill Cooper told a story on this broadcast on June the 11th, 2001, that this guy, Michael Brescia, and Timothy McVeigh had showed up at his research center, told him to try to talk him into joining the Oklahoma City bombing, handed him a copy of the Turner Diaries, and went on their way. And this is like the question that a lot of people would have out there, if Mark Corky, Bill Cooper, and others in the Patriot community were being targeted, do you think there's any merit that people like Bill Cooper might have been visited by Timothy McVeigh? Do you think that Mark Corky and others, and they say many people in the Patriot militia community, that these two people, Timothy McVeigh and this guy Michael Brescia, were traveling around the country trying to honeypot and suck patriots into this sting operation, which ultimately ended in the death of 168 people? Do you think there's any plausibility of that?
No, I think, my communication with McVeigh, what he wanted posted, I posted. I've got other information in the personal correspondence that was not to go public, and it will not in my lifetime go public. I've still got the folder with all the correspondence in it. I think that in my communication with him that he was sincere in his belief. Maybe he was being stung and led to something by others. I think I gave you a copy of Bill Cooper's lost interview.
No, I didn't see that one.
Didn't I give you a link to it?
No, I'll have to go back and double check it. What's in that one?
Well, that's when Cooper admits. Okay, let's go back to the Air Force letter. I sent you copies of the Air Force letter. When I contacted, it was online. Bill Cooper, I sent him an email of the Air Force letter and the transcription of it because it's hard to read the letter. But if you compare the two, the transcription of it that I wrote is what was said. And it was these two military people talking about feeding information to Cooper. Now, then I called Cooper on it, and he just cussed me out. Now, the last interview that he did, they call it the lost interview. I've got a URL for it, but it's he admits that he realized that he was provided a lot of false information by his sources, but some of what he said was true, and he admits it in his own words in a video.
But did he retract his statements and accusations about you?
Nothing specific. No, he was not specific in any of it.
Okay, now I went through this video like a million times. Okay, now this guy, I seen you said this guy's a little bit fatter than you. He's got less hair than you got now, But I've gone through the video with a
he's got kind of hollow eyes too. That's kind of weird.
See, this video kind of became like a Zapruder film to me, and I've gone through it, and I went through it, and like I said, I've taken pictures and I've compared notes and things. So I'm going to show you a video right now, and then I just want you to.
Before we go there, now when I went to Oklahoma City, I went to I can't remember his name right now. Edie's stepfather. I went to his house. There were a number of reporters there as well, and we talked about that footage and compared it. And they looked at that footage. They looked at me with the brown beard at the time, and he said, "That's not you." when he met me in person. That's not you. That can't be you. And he can see the similarity.
Oh
So
yeah,
there was one reporter. One reporter was so damn drunk he ran into the door frame, and he's the only reporter out of all the reporters there that persisted. And when he wrote his book, he had me as that guy. He was the only one out of 8 people there that didn't have. He was so drunk that he could not understand what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
All the other people there, the stepfather of Edie Smith, who lost 2 sons there, realized that I was not the guy in the picture. But he realized the similarity.
Yeah, see, and I see the similarities too, but I've looked through this video like a bunch of different times. And let me just show you what I found just going over some of this footage. And I'll tell you right now, I play like this video, and anybody could do this. You could find this video over on NBC and all this and that. NBC. Okay, now I compared some of the similarities of pictures that I had of you, more recent pictures. Okay, more recent pictures. So just if you're checking out the videos, and all I did was mess with the hue and some of the color and compare pictures that we have of you without your hat on that are more recent, and just compare them to pictures that I took from stills from the bombing. And I changed the hue and the gamma and the contrast. And I noticed some similarities here that really don't have anything to do with beard or weight or the way that a person walks. It's different, distinct features that you have that are the same as this person walking away from the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. And I just want to know what, and I say anybody could do this. You could do it yourself with pausing and zooming. And I'm telling you,
I don't need to.
Yeah. But you see these, like, what I'm talking about is the distinct,
bushy eyebrows, the hollow-looking eyes, the black.
I'm talking about the distinct marks that you have on your head.
Yeah.
About 3 of them. Over both eyes and the top of your forehead. And if you see the video, I pointed them out. I went through this footage. And I'm not talking about the weight or the glasses. It was blurry footage. I had to go through a lot of it and get to, where it wasn't white balanced out because of the brightness of the sun. And a lot of this footage comes from like the footage from the Murrah building here when this person was walking underneath trees and there was some shade. So it was harder to find, but there's a lot of them. And I'm going to play this a couple times. And like I said, anybody could do this with more experience and better equipment than me, but I just did this on my own. And if you just look at some of the things, and I'm telling you, I didn't put anything to this except for with my computer, I zoomed in and I just looked for identifying marks. And it seems that this guy walking out, it's more than just weight and a beard and a hairline and a walk and clothes, that there's some identifying marks here that are without a doubt similar to you.
Yeah, there's similarity. Yes.
I mean,
my wife recognized that.
Yeah, but the spots on your head, though, these like birthmarks or whatever that you got, though, that's what I'm talking about. Like, is that a coincidence that this guy would have those same marks?
I don't know. I can't see that on his.
You'll see. I do show it a bunch of different times, and you just got to match them up. I mean, you could take a ruler out and look at them. I mean, it's not perfect video footage. And like I said, somebody with more professional equipment could probably do a better job. But I got it from a bunch of different angles, a bunch of different frames, and I line them up here. And you might have to go back. I'll play it again. You could go back and kind of, look at them again. But they're there. These same identifiable.
Well, that last picture you showed of me looks like the one from the interview that I did on. Oh shit! I can't think of the guy's name now.
The Hagman.
That's when Hagman report. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other one was from a shot from Malur.
Yes, but now look at 20 years difference between them. My beard was brown at the time.
Well, no, but I'm not talking about the beard. I'm talking about the identifiable spots on your forehead.
Well,
I mean, you can't really. You could dye a beard. You could get grayer, or make yourself. I mean, you look very young for your age over in this Hagman report thing too, and that's good. But I'm looking at like these identifiable spots that I was able to find from this guy walking away from the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. I'll just put it out there. you know, and like, what
Well,
do you?
you can put it out, and you can call that evidence. I'll tell you, when I was in high school, Charlie Button and I looked very much alike, and I was called Charlie sometimes, and he was called Gary sometimes. There are similarities between people that, you know, I can't account for. How many different faces can you have in 300 million people?
Yeah, but these are pretty unique, identifiably. I mean,
the quality of the picture from Oklahoma City versus the quality of the picture from the Hagman report is substantially different, isn't it?
oh yeah, but the spots are the same. They're in the same places. How long have you had those birthmarks on your head? As a matter of fact, like, I mean, they could.
Okay, let's go. The guy's name in the picture that you saw, his name is Gary. He's a part of the custodian crew at the I think it's the Day Journal building, which is the one that was across the street from the Mob building, across the parking lot.
No, I've heard that explained like that, but I've never seen this guy, and probably who knows if the guy's even around anymore.
Well, I don't know if he is or not, but I'm around.
Yeah, and that's why I love that you're willing to face these things head on. You know,
well, you know, if because the quality of that footage, which is rather poor all the way through, the hollowness of the eyes. My eyes, no picture of me ever has that shallowness in the eyes. His eyes are deep set. Either that, or he's got you know, dark spots under his eyes. I've never had those. I still don't have those. You know, there are the distinct differences. You can get all the pictures of me, no matter where they are, with or without the hat, and you'll never see my eyes look that shallow or that hollow.
Well, I mean, it's VHS quality, though, and a lot of people know this is probably like a second or a third generation, possibly.
Well, I can't account for that, but I can account for where I was, because you know, there are a lot of people that were with me that day. I was staying with a guy named Florida Bob at the time. Florida Bob, and I said I was going to get into this. Florida Bob, I'd known for a long time, and when I was back testifying for the defense in the Florida Common Law Court trial, we were off for the weekend, and I went up to Orlando to see some friends, and I stayed with Bob, and people knew that I was staying with Bob. And so what happened at that point was Bob was accused of being a government agent because he associated with me, which is why I don't divulge names. He was all of a sudden kicked out of the Patriot community. He was a avid Patriot, but he was kicked out of groups just because I stayed with him, because of this bullshit that's been fed about me over time.
The government agents, yeah, that's above my pay grade. Honestly, I don't, and this is where I kind of, where me and you could have an agreement or disagreement. The stuff government agent, who knows? Who would ever know that?
Well, what did that say? They said that I had a transmitter that sets off bombs. Well, you know, if you're on a maintenance crew in a big building, you're going to have walkie-talkies. So I assume the other guy worked for the Journal too.
Well, possibly. Well, both men are wearing gloves for some reason, and this is supposedly, they say, 10 to 20 minutes after the bombing, the way that the smoke's dissipating. Both men are wearing latex gloves. The one that was supposedly you wearing one on his right hand, but the other man, who's kind of unidentifiable, although he looks like some other people that I'm not sure, he's wearing two latex gloves. So, I mean, these guys, whatever they were doing, they decided to throw some latex gloves on and then run out there and do whatever it is that they were doing there. It's obvious that the two guys in the video, they react when they realize that they're on film, which is, I mean, they could just be camera shy or whatever. The guy on the left looks like the guy on the right looks like on the, you know, the guy that's supposedly not you, John Doe number 6. He looks like he's just having a bad day. You know, both of them look flummoxed from the video. But like when it comes to government agent, I mean, I've read and this is where we could agree and disagree with a lot of subjects. And I know the Patriot community, they're freaking wearing tinfoil hats out there, worried about infiltrators. You know, when really a lot of it they should be paying attention to is what's really going on. Now, over on the Outpost of Freedom, and this is where we have disagreements. And the reason why I got, you know, by no way would I ever be able to point the finger and say that somebody's an ATF agent. But the only thing is after what happened in Waco 2 years later, and which obviously was a fire burning in your heart after what had happened. I mean, and the fact that you've been in Oklahoma City and that you've covered a lot of these different things, and there's connections and people out there, and you were named. And by no way, and just your correspondence with Timothy McVeigh, and the things that how you actually, as much as I agree with everything you said about Waco and wrote about Waco and covered Waco, I disagree with a lot of the stuff, the way you lionized Timothy McVeigh after the Oklahoma City bombing. Because, I mean, and to me, there's no other way to look at your articles in the Outpost of Freedom, like McVeigh's Corner and other things that were said that are nothing short than lionizing a terrorist. And, and he's being called a patriot. And where I think it's kind of hypocritical on your part is in Waco, Texas, there was a chance, a call to arms where the militia was going to show up or could have showed up. And that was considered by you and the Outpost of Freedom to be a negative thing and could have led to violence. But then after somebody like Timothy McVeigh goes and commits an atrocity that killed 168 Americans, from reading all the stuff, you're kind of patting him on the back and giving him an attaboy and really making a lot of excuses for him and giving him a forum. And, and that's just the way I feel. And I don't like how do you?
That's true. That's true. Let's go back to Waco. What did I say about that? We were looking for a peaceful solution. Why did I give up my business? Why did I give up, $250,000? I lost $250,000 worth of stuff because what hit me at Waco is there a peaceful solution? I think not. So yes, I changed. You're right.
Yeah,
you might have advocate of violence. I don't know if you've read it or not, but a plan for restoration of constitutional government. Read that.
No, you advocated violence. So I mean,
I didn't know. I know if you read that, I did not advocate violence except where it was absolutely necessary, and I still believe that. But wait, now what started the American Revolution? Some people stood on a green against the British. And all of a sudden, people started shooting. Something is a spark. People have been trying to create sparks all along. This goes back to Burns and everything else. People like Massey, like me, he did not believe in violence. They carried those weapons for their own protection. I back Massey 100%. I was in contact with him more than anybody. He even admitted that there's nobody knew him as well as I did because we were in constant contact when he was in jail and in prison.
But for instance, and what I'm trying to compare the difference between a call to arms and your call to peace, which was to call off the militia, and you're lionizing the Timothy McVeigh, two different things. Because and it's 2020 hindsight, 100% on what happened in Waco. Whether the militia would have came out. And
what was the first recent event that upset the Patriot community? And as Norm also admits, and I know Norm, we've never met in person, but we've spoken many times and still do occasionally. What sparked everything in the Patriot community was Waco. Now, is there a peaceful solution? And Waco proved that there cannot be because they did everything they could to cover up, to lie, cheat, and steal. They broke their own rules as far as secrecy. They kicked me out for reporting our side of the story, what we were trying to do. We tried to serve the arrest warrants. We tried every way we could. I confessed to murder, trying to get an airing. I got some press the one lady in the press at least to ask a question that the government didn't want to admit that they knew. Ricks had to know that the $1,500 came out. But they sent bugs in and claimed that they were nice guys to help the kids. Then they cut the power off so they couldn't watch the videos. But so we were trying.
But the call to the militia and the call to arms never happened. And, like it happened in Virginia on January.
Oh, it did. There were 8 people. There were 8 people in the Dairy Queen on that call. Whether I had an effect on that or not, I tried to have an effect on that. We're in an event now. We've started off the Olive Branch part. If you study history, what was the Olive Branch petition? It was an effort to find a peaceful solution to what was becoming confrontational. When it failed, all of a sudden, the people that were looking for a peaceful solution began looking a different way.
Okay, for instance, let's go to modern times if we're going to look for a solution at all going forward. Should we look to a leaderless resistance nutbag hanging out copies of the Turner Diaries to spark a revolution in this country and do a cowardly act, killing 168 innocent Americans that really are just going to work and paying their taxes? Or should the militias show up like they did in Virginia, where none of the police were in town when that happened, and everybody showed up and everybody was very peaceful and showing their strength? And I'll tell you right now, if as many militia patriots, whether there even is a patriot community, showed up in Waco, surrounding that Waco back in 1993, I'm telling you right now, that massacre would have never happened. And just like in Virginia, with all the patriots, tens of thousands of people showing up from weapons. I showed up there from Pennsylvania. I showed up unarmed, and I sat there and I listened to all the speeches. But if people come together, you have to exhaust most of these people in the patriot community that want to be cowboys and go, fire the first shot. Bill Cooper taught and said this over and over again: whoever fires the first shot loses. And that was something that he said over and over again, and claimed that he said to Timothy McVeigh and Michael Brescia when they tried to get him to join this plot. But for the future going on, I mean, should we look for some lone nut that decides he want to blow up this or blow up that and then use any excuse? That's anti-American. Timothy McVeigh, no matter which way you look at it.
No, wait. Let's talk about anti-American. The press used to be legitimate. Walter Cronkite, for example, was a good example of American press. What's happened to the American press now? I've run into it everywhere I go. There's a government side and there's a patriot side. Does McVeigh deserve to be heard? They didn't allow interviews with McVeigh. Nobody was allowed to talk to McVeigh. I managed to communicate with McVeigh. Does he have a right to be heard? Does he have a right to be heard?
Well, no, he has a right to be heard up until his execution, and he was heard. And you could read a lot of these articles under passing the torch. And I read a lot of these articles they said on there. And, he was bringing up things like the Iraqi war and bringing up the atrocities that America as a country and the military-industrial complex has committed and will continue to do this. But that's an excuse. Anybody, any agent, any person could decide on their own to create some kind of horrible terrorist attack like that in the name of whatever, and really be just trying to destroy America.
Was he trying to destroy or restore America? What do you think?
How did it end up? It ended up with government passing more legislation that took away the rights of Americans.
That's exactly what happened in the 1700s, isn't it?
Yeah, but why not? Hey, and the thing, in my opinion, okay, and I'm an activist. I go out to these protests. I stare down. I've been down to Washington, D.C. in the middle of all these socialist leftists, people like Gregory Lee Johnson.
Look, I went to the moratorium in D.C. in 1969 for the same reason. I went to the moratorium in 69. I violated my probation from a marijuana bust to go there.
But what's happening with, like, say, the Communist Party, people flag burners like Gregory Lee Johnson and the revolution?
Okay, wait. Let's go back to Virginia. What happened in Virginia? They passed the law anyway, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, but there hasn't been an election since that's been of noteworthy. And the thing is hey, if the people down in Virginia don't start producing children the way that Virginia got taken over with an influx of migrants that have basically taken over the big cities like Richmond, there's nothing that they're going to be able to do except for maybe certain segments, maybe join West Virginia. But the violence aspect of it doesn't have to happen. I'll tell you, all people got to do is mobilize and keep doing what they're doing. And what happened in Virginia was beautiful. What they got to do is they got to get some people elected. They really do.
I wrote an article. I wrote an article. It's on the blog. It's called "A Line in the Sand." I don't know if you've read it or not, but if you haven't, maybe you should. The Patriots for decades have been drawing lines in the sand, and every time that line is crossed by the other side, they move the line to a different place.
But it depends who. But here's the thing, though: who gets christened and crowned as the king of destruction? Who anybody out there? And I read from some of your articles that you were criticizing people like Mark Corky. You were criticizing people like Bill Cooper and Linda Thompson. You know, Mark Corky, the Montana militia, and Kaji was doing a lot of investigations about what was happening in the Oklahoma City bombing, and you were giving them a hard time. When someone like Timothy McVeigh did what Timothy McVeigh did, he takes away the voice of the entire patriot community and represents us. And that's why the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL can go around roping in the patriot community, trying to malign us with people in the Klan, people that are haters, people that are neo-Nazis, you know, people like Robert Malore that go around preaching about mud people. I mean, and it's if people really want to get together, and like I said, everything you said about Waco, I think you're 100% right as a journalist, as a peaceful person that wasn't going down there and starting trouble, that was looking for a peaceful resolution. The answer wasn't 2 years later to kill 168 Americans. A lot of those Americans that today, and a lot of people act like this is ancient history. A lot of the children that were killed in Waco and a lot of the children that were killed in Oklahoma City bombing wouldn't even be 30 years old at this point. And people act like it's ancient history. They're millennials, and they're part of the millennial generation. And people want to look the other way and act like it didn't happen.
Let's look at personal experience. I was in Vietnam, and you know, I wrote this. This was to Prodigy vets, a group we had. I wrote an article on Prodigy years ago about it. Who suffered most for Vietnam War? Was it the soldier, or was it the families at home that didn't know what was happening? I talked to my mother once in a year in Waco, and it was a short conversation through I forget what they called it, but it was you had to say over when you were done because the shortwave people were toggling things back and forth. You know, if I got killed in Vietnam, for example, it'd be over with. But my mother suffered the entire time wondering if I was safe in Vietnam. The people that suffer quite often, and you have to look at, you know, individual perspective. I lived through something. I volunteered to go to, I enlisted in the Army, and I volunteered to go to Waco, or to Vietnam. The people that suffer is the families. Now, I think of the children in Waco, and it wasn't 17 little children, but I did talk to, I can't think of his name right now, that wrote the song, played the song, but and I met his wife, and we talked about it. Those children suffered a horrible death. The people, the children that died in bombing died instantly. They were like the soldiers in Vietnam. They didn't know they were going to die. Their families suffered as a consequence of it, and I appreciate that, and I have empathy for them. But at the same time, my objection to the reporting in mainstream media has always been to give a voice to and get people to think differently about the people that are being castigated by the militia. I don't do it from a political standpoint. Do I agree with everything that Trump does? No. But for the most part, he's the best president in my lifetime, except perhaps John Kennedy. And I can't speak up for Ronald Reagan because he got the debt going up drastically. But he was a good actor. But, you know, Trump's done a lot of good in a lot of ways. People blame him for what's happening in their communities, but it's their government, not the federal government, that sets up these orders. The press isn't really covering that. They're making it sound like Trump is doing all this shit. So I see patriots blaming Trump because they're going to get arrested if they go out of their house. It's the governor of the state. People don't understand the difference between Barron versus Baltimore. A Supreme Court decision made very clear that the federal government is limited in what they can do. And Trump has pretty much held to that principle that was 1816, Barron versus Baltimore, that the federal Constitution is between the people and the federal government, that the integrity, if you understand why every state constitution, including the Texas Constitution that gave Massey the right to have that firearm, it had nothing to do, but the federal government came in with the federal crime when he was not in federal jurisdiction, and that was written about. So there are complexities in this that are included in what I write. But they took a stand, like the people on Lexington Green. Do I agree with it? If it was mine to do, I wouldn't have done it. I've made that clear in my articles. If it was mine to do, I would not have done it that way. And the article you're talking about, if you go back and read that again, you'll say, if it was mine to do, I would not have done it that way. But can I fault somebody that stands for the principles of the right of the people to oppose the federal government when the federal government's in the wrong? The federal government was in the wrong in Waco. They had no jurisdiction there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, they were wrong. I'm not agreeing that the government does anything that's right.
Now, there was another thing that happened on April 19th, 1993, too, the execution of the guy that shot a newspaper reporter. When I was at Elohim, we walked out to where he's buried.
Yeah, Richard Schnell.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of those. He was one of those guys that people report and tried to connect that execution to the Turner Diaries also, and a lot of what these Christian identity people follow.
But am I going to fault somebody that does something wrong?
What's that?
Am I going to fault? Am I going to say bad things about McVeigh when he decided to take the stand that he chose to take?
Well, you didn't have any.
Or am I going to compare him to?
I can compare anybody that wants to kill innocent Americans that have nothing to do with this war to people that just sit at home drinking beer, watching TV. I call any attack like that a coward. I have more respect.
Okay, let's call the government a coward when they bomb weddings in Afghanistan and kill innocent people.
Oh, we should. Hey,
there's always innocent people killed in a conflict. So, are we looking at the target, the federal Marab building, or are we looking at the people that died there? Why focus on the people that died? Why not focus on McVeigh's target was the Marab building?
Because we're Americans. They were Americans that died.
Hey, Americans backed the killing of wedding receptions in Afghanistan and killing women and children.
And that's wrong too. If it wasn't people like Edward Snowden and people like you.
Oh, okay. So the government's held to a different standard than we are. And that's nice. That's interesting.
I don't think we should.
Wonderful concept. Government can do it, but we can't.
Well, I don't think. Well, we shouldn't be killing our own citizens.
Whose name are they doing it in? They're doing it in our name, aren't they?
Well, then whose name did Timothy McVeigh kill all these people in? The Patriot community? The militia?
In the name of the government, the target was the raw federal building.
No, but whose name did he do it in? And why was
his own name? I think I made that clear when I said if it was mine to do, I wouldn't have done it that way. Didn't I say that in the article? Go back and reread the article. See what I said.
I mean, but you are lionizing a man who was executed on June 11th.
Took a stand. It took a same stand that I've talked about for 30 years. Over 30 years, I've heard people saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. If they do this, I'm going to do that. How often have you heard that in the last, I don't know how long you've been involved in the Patriot community. How many times have you heard people say they were going to do something? This man stood behind his words. He did what the others don't do.
Yeah,
he do what the others, he does what the others say they're going to do, but they don't do.
Who says he's part of the Patriot community, though?
Who says he's not?
Well, if you're following leaderless resistance, like a lot of these people in the Turner Diaries,
look, I met Louis Beam, and I don't agree with him. He understood, though, why we were trying for the peaceful solution. He understood that. Dick Rivas wrote an article about it.
I mean, I would just say even Lee Harvey Oswald's a more honorable man the way what he did doing what he did, whether he did it or not. But in the history books, Lee Harvey Oswald is a more honorable man than Timothy McVeigh and what he did.
No. See, I disagree with you on that.
Well, because at least he killed a soldier. And when I mean soldier, I mean the leader of the free world. And, and I love JFK. I thought he, like you said, he was a great president. Trump's a great president. I love a lot of our presidents. I only hold them up to the standard, which is their term. And
he targeted an individual. McVeigh targeted a federal building.
No, he targeted innocent civilians.
He targeted the federal building.
with innocent civilians in it. He could have done it at
Oh,
night.
like the weddings, because there's a couple maybe Mahajideen in the wedding. They
CIA.
saw
Well,
people
that's
there.
the CIA. The CIA. That's the CIA. And I think the CIA is one of the biggest problems that we have in this whole entire.
That was the United States of America that did that. It wasn't the CIA. It was a military attack. The military represents this country, not the CIA. The CIA did not do it. The military did it. CIA doesn't have the aircraft to do things like that. The military does. Don't mix apples and oranges.
Well, I don't think mixing any of the wars that we get around the world with the CIA is mixing in apples and oranges.
I don't like the CIA either. The OSS was a good operation. I read a rather interesting book recently, and I do a lot of reading about. Well, you saw the bookshelf behind me. I've got over 400 books, not counting the electronic ones, and I still read every night before I go to sleep. And so a lot of my perspective comes from our history. I kind of run out of Revolutionary War books, Civil War books. I'm World War II in Korea now. But World War II, the OSS was there, which evolved into the CIA. The CIA's got way too much power. But the bombings and the killing of a good example. There was a train that was blown off the tracks, targeted in
Arizona,
Iraq.
Oh, okay.
In Iraq. The government speeded up the footage. I mean, it looked kind of strange to me that the footage that they gave us was manipulated. Actually, they speeded it up to make it look differently than it really was. That they didn't have time to realize it was a civilian train, but they blew this train off the track and killed a bunch of people. And they lied then to achieve their end. And, I've seen this. This goes back to Waco. It goes before Waco. The government will lie, cheat, and steal. And the series I'm working on now, how they manipulate the amendment process. The government has become corrupt. The government is the target for me. It's not when I wrote the Plan for Restoration of Constitutional Government, if you read that, it's modeled after what happened in the Civil War, or the Revolutionary War, what led up to the Revolutionary War. And that was the committees of safety. I've made the statement, and I'll make it again. There is no militia in this country today, because the militia, through British history, go back to Cromwell. The committees of safety set up became the civil body politic, and the people adhered to that civil body politic rather than the royal governors. So they just transferred their allegiance to the civil body politic called the Committee of Safety. There's a book by I can't think of the guy's name now, but he wrote about a very good book about Lexington and Concord that all the people that went to defend the people to oppose the British on April 19th, 1775, speaking of April 19th, were sent by their civil body politic, their committees of safety. There was one out of Connecticut or Rhode Island where it took 7 hours to find somebody on the Committee of Safety to authorize the militia to go to Lexington. And they got to Charleston just behind the British going through. They were late because they had to get civil authority. So the Plan for Restoration of Constitutional Government relies on building up committees of safety, transferring their allegiance from the royal government or the federal government or the one that submits to bribery, privilege. I mean, how do these people make millions of dollars? I don't know if you saw the recent one with Nancy Pelosi, a $24,000 refrigerator freezer system. That's commercial quality. And she's got a stuff full of ice cream. Where does all this shit come from? These people.
April the 19th, Patriots Day, April the 19th, 1775. Okay, where
Right.
People bravely fought and stood side by side, but those people had souls. Those people were not attacking innocent civilians. And don't you think that, people, and you're talking about putting together committees of safety, bringing people together. Do you think there's anything about slaughtering civilians with a bomb and killing people like a coward is going to bring the American people together for that? Do you think the Patriot community, do you really think that the Patriot community, people like Mark Hornky, Bill Cooper, Linda Thompson, and all these people out there, Tom Valentine, everybody that was trying to
wait, Linda Thompson, she wanted people to bring their tanks and helicopters to Waco? Wait,
Well, if they
you're talking about her.
If they would
You're
have brought
talking about Mark Hornky, who whenever he spoke, first thing he did is flipped a, he and I spoke at the same event once. The first thing he does is he takes his noose and hangs it. This is one man, hangs the noose over the podium and starts talking about the government. These are the people that talk but don't do.
No, but what are they supposed to do? Bomb and kill people like Timothy?
Well, what are they suggesting? What's the hangman's noose for? Why would you want to bring your tanks and your helicopters to Waco?
Well, just because you got tanks and helicopters in Waco doesn't mean that a shot needs to get fired. Whoever fires the first shot loses. And ever since Timothy McVeigh killed all those people, the Patriot community and the militia community has been losing.
Why? Because they talk but they don't act, and somebody that acted without talking.
So one man,
them up.
So it's okay for one man to have a lame brain idea and speak for the rest of the Patriot militia community by killing 168 Americans. That's what you're saying here. You're saying that let's take it to modern day.
Okay, now you're talking about the people that died at the wedding parties, are you? Or are you talking about the fact that maybe some of the guys there were Mujahideen? Which are you talking about?
I don't, honestly,
what is the target?
I think we should be America first, and really we shouldn't be in these.
Did the British start killing Americans before before Lexington and Concord? No.
Yeah,
but we're killing people. We're protecting the people that kill people. We invite Muslims to this country still, and the Muslims that talk about terrorism in this country and how much terrorism is, and they blame it on the right wing. No, they ought to blame it on who it is. They ought to blame it on the Muslims, but they're not allowed to.
Well, see, in my perfect world, we wouldn't be in any wars. We would build a wall.
There's no perfect world. Face it. There's not going to be a perfect world until we make it.
Well, as long as we're part of this global society and we're letting people come to our country, we're going to be at these endless wars all over the world. As long as we're using people and going around there and trying to dominate.
See, you want to focus on me. You want to focus on the accusations of me. But what you want to focus on me on is the fact that I wanted to give Tim McVeigh a voice. I wanted people to understand why he did what he did.
Oh, I heard what he did.
Do I agree with what he did? I never said that I agreed with it. But I do agree that he acted rather than words. He acted, but the Patriot community, face it, they live with words. We're going to do this if they do that, but they do that and we don't do this. There's a principle involved here. It's one of sincerity. It's one of standing on Lexington Green and saying we're not going to take it. McVeigh said that, but he didn't. They didn't advertise. They did not advertise before Lexington Green. They acted when they had to. McVeigh saw a reason to act, and he did. Well, so the principle of what McVeigh did of action is what I was addressing. Was this the beginning of the American Revolution? You're right. It had a detrimental effect because we let it have it. What happened at Waco? Everybody was outraged at Waco. Now, when I went there, the guy, Simon Net, was part of a group that I was on a couple conference calls with. They were supposed to have 1,500 people at Waco. 6 showed up, 8 showed up, something like that. And they got talked out of it by informants that were circulating with the group. They all abandoned it because they wouldn't stand behind their words. So these are the things I've lived with. These 1,500 people ended up being about 8 people. And all of them, and I wasn't there at the time, but Steve and Dewey were there. That was before I got there. These people that had come down from this call from this group that had these phone calls, these 1,500 people, these people, Dewey and Steve were there, and these guys were walking around, well, you do that, man, you're going to get in trouble if you do that. And this is just to demonstrate. So these things that I have not written about because I was limited on what I could write about, and I wasn't privy to it, but I would have done an interview with, I did interview it, but it paled in significance, and there was no sense in bringing that up. But I'm telling you now, these people that did come down there, all 8 of the 1,500, were talked out of it by people circulating for the government, trying to quash things. We saw that there. They're trying to quash it. The people that that I dealt with in different matters down there would not publicly say it, but they would praise what I was doing there. They were afraid to step on the toes of the government.
I could
I'm not.
I could praise what you were doing down there in Waco, and I could praise what Linda Thompson was doing in Waco, and all people whose hearts were in the right place down in Waco. And you can't.
Linda's wasn't in the right place. Linda's heart down there was deceptive to me and everything else.
Yeah, well, you're an but with that kind of matter, how's there ever supposed to be a patriot community? With that kind of attitude, it's how that's like, everybody's worried about being a small fish in a big pond or a big fish in a small pond.
Look at Waco, the big lie. It was a big lie. It was well named, but the name was misunderstood. She was implying the government was lying, but in fact, she was lying her ass off.
Do you think she was lying or just wrong?
I know she was lying. She knew that the footage, the first, in talking with Ken, when I found about the footage, that it was cut short. Remember the train station in Indianapolis where she said they put the gates up in there, the whole thing about the train station? When Linda and I were supposed to have dinner one night, and my friend we'd arranged where we were going to meet and all that, and she was going to meet there. And it was in Indianapolis. We were going from South Bend to Indianapolis to meet with her. Now, in Indianapolis, this guy, busboy, heard us talking about it, waiting for Linda to show up, and I don't know what her excuse was. She didn't show up, but he heard us talking about it. Now, he had two jobs. One was a waiter, a busboy at the restaurant at night. In the daytime, he worked at that train station. The reason they put up those gates is people were stealing tools, and from it was an engine repair station. They were stealing tools, so they put in the turnstile, and they were checking people out to make sure they weren't stealing tools to stop the theft. And there's some expensive tools that were going out. And she said this is, a FEMA pickup point. That's why they put the fences up. No, they did. They did it to contain the theft of equipment. She lied about that. She lied about the camps. There was one in Michigan, and my team went up there and looked at that and got pictures of it. It's dilapidated. It's not a FEMA camp. It's a World War II POW camp, and it's been abandoned since then. She had one in Arizona, and I've been out there. My mother and stepfather lived out there, and we went out this place. It's dilapidated. Now it's going into an industrial park. There was supposed to be one in Mississippi that's supposed to have fences around it, and she promoted that one. I went down there, and it was about Christmas time. There's a Christmas tree on one with lights on it across the street from this place, and this fence that's supposed to go all the way around it. It was dark out, but I shined the headlights over there. The fence is along the whole front of this place, and it goes back about 15 feet and then ends. It didn't go around the whole thing. It was to discourage theft from this place that refurbished old abandoned de-axed UN equipment. Linda Thompson lied about almost everything she did.
Either she a liar or she was just a whack job, a tinfoil hat wearing black helicopter.
I'm going to say lie. I'm not going to say she's a government agent. Now, here's another one that she was asking for. She wanted to make a national militia. And so one of the team members in South Bend called the number, gave all the information, address, phone number, and all this other stuff, and they were supposed to receive a package in the mail. They never received the package in the mail. Was she a government agent, or was it just her ego? I'm going to attribute to ego. I can't prove that she was a government agent.
I heard in an interview she blamed it on Bill Cooper and said that Bill was supposed to send it. I heard that whole thing. I've listened to a lot of this stuff. I've listened to you. I've listened to a lot of these people because I think moving forward, I mean, this is just for me personally. I'll tell you right now. Talk about legalist resistance. As a journalist, I'm not going to get entrapped in any of these conspiracy theories. I don't talk about this stuff on my show, about all these whacked out conspiracy theories. As weird as we got talking about people like Linda Thompson and talking about things that Mark Corky and Bill Cooper were talking about, I can just look at, what Linda Thompson said about you possibly being Ron Engelman. And I just say, man, she must have took her, she must have the tinfoil hat on right now. It's whacked out and it's crazy, but it doesn't mean that they're not, that they're liars. Sometimes it means that some people are that as crazy, you know, and I think we're dealing with that right now, especially in the Patriot community. And there's people out there as journalists, and I try to be a real journalist. I try to talk to someone like you, and thank you for coming, because I'm really trying on this April 19th, the 25th.
I told you in our conversation, I've lied twice in my reporting. Now, one of the lies has to do with Engelman, of all people. When he was given access, it's one of the last articles I wrote. When he was given access to that, I questioned whether he was working for the government or not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I met him in Albuquerque years later, we talked about that, and he knows I lied about it. But I was suggesting that he was the only other one was about Burns when I talked about Ryan Bundy gave me a power of attorney to get the reports on his injury. When I didn't have time when I was up in Portland testifying or defending myself. I didn't have time to go down to the sheriff's department. He said the best ones were the ones that were done in Portland, but I did have the ones that he gave me that show the bullet in his shoulder. So I used them in the article, but I lied about where the shot came from. Kind of trying to get somebody to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I said it came through a shot in the door, and we know it came from the rough shot. But I wanted to see what could spark. Those are the only two times in my reporting I've lied. Now, we're talking about focusing on one of the many stories I've done where some people said I made a hero out of McVeigh. I gave his side, but I also demonstrated with that the importance of actions behind words, and which led to the article Line in the Sand as well. The same, even though it wasn't mentioned in it, I talked in that article that all this talk, we keep moving the line. You know, it should be in concrete. It should not be in sand, because in sand I can erase, and that comes from the Alamo story. The line in the sand, the people that crossed the line were willing to fight, but we draw a line in the sand now, and we move that line all the time, constantly, and we have been for decades. That line keeps moving. If the government does this, we're going to do that, but we don't do that when the government does this.
Yeah, but this is where it comes, and this is what I think real leaderless resistance is about. And whatever Louis Beam or all these whack jobs reading the Turner Diaries think is one thing. I look at you. No one's pushing you past any line. No one's going to push me past any line. But the thing is when we give the power to somebody to commit violence, violence is, I'll just say this, violence in all forms is not right. It is wrong.
How did this country come about? Lack of violence? That was called the Olive Branch Petition. What happened after that? They stood firm. They drew a line, and they held that line.
Oh, yeah, and
they held that line. It was in the sand. It was in the dirt, but they held it. What do we do now? We don't hold it. I do.
Well, no, you do. I mean, in your life, other people hold it in their lives. And when people come together and they get out of their houses, or they get out of their little cave or a hole and come together, that's what it's about. But if people are blowing up buildings and killing,
go back and read what people wrote. Patriots at the time wrote about McVeigh. Mm-hmm. Go back and read what others, Kornke and Pete, these people said about McVeigh.
Well, they thought, a lot of them, and we don't know if some of them, supposedly Don Stewart said that he seen Timothy McVeigh trying to talk to Mark Kornke. Now, a lot of people said Don Stewart was also trying, and I don't know who Don Stewart is. I just go through these stories. Don Stewart is a guy that was on Tom Valentine's America Free Radio, that Willis Cardo and the Liberty Lobby used to put up back in the day. And, Timothy McVeigh used to advertise as Tim Tuttle in the back of their magazine, the Spotlight newspaper. But what a lot of people said is Don Stewart, and maybe you met Don Stewart. I never. He's an old guy. I'm 42. Don Stewart was the guy that went on Tom Valentine's show and said that he seen Timothy McVeigh at a gun show talking, and he was probably the guy that went to Sam Donaldson and said that trying to get Mark Kornke to join the bomb.
Don Stewart up from Washington.
I'm not sure. Don Stewart. That's the.
I know. I've still spoken with Don Stewart. I know who it is now.
Well, Bill Cooper was claiming after hearing all this information, and I can only go by what you old timers are telling me about these stories, and I mean, I can only dig into what the Patriot community was doing in the 90s because there's a lull after a certain point. You don't really hear about these kind of things and these standoffs with the government and the people. But he said that Don Stewart was trying to sell illegal weapons to people at gun shows, and that he was probably an agent of either the ATF or the ADL or all these different people. And this is why I brought up the ADL at the beginning of it. And this is why I'm trying to tell everybody, people out there, that you can draw a line in the sand, you could fire the first shot, but was Timothy McVeigh honeypotted by some kind of sting?
No, because if you look into his background, he realized that they were killing innocent people, and I can appreciate that.
But his background also was that he was listening to Bill Cooper, he was listening to Linda Thompson, he was listening to Mark Corky, he was listening to Radio Free America, he was advertising in the back of the Spotlight newspaper. So I mean, and I'm sure he was listening to Linda LaRouche and a lot of these other people that are part of this kind of media. And you're not, I'm telling you, that the reporting I have from you, I'm not comparing you to any of those guys at all. But you know what I'm talking about. All these different people that put out these theories, and I've talked to people. I've talked to Mark Corky in his show about the Oklahoma City bombing, and he didn't have anything bad to say about you. All he talked to, he's under the impression, since he got blamed by Sam Donaldson and that Andreas Strasbourg and all these people out there that were supposedly German intelligence officers were probably Mossad people. And I think his whole life's taken a whole different direction where, he's anti-Semitic now, but, you try to blame a guy for the Oklahoma City bombing and you think it's the Mossad. I guess your mind's going to go either way, and you're going to pick out who's the bad guy. But the language was a lot different back then, and I haven't heard a lot of Radio Free America shows that he hosted back on there, but I know the history about Tom Valentine. But if you know that, people like Timothy McVeigh, the history of what they were listening to at the time and what they were supposedly influenced by was all these things out there having to do with Waco. And, somebody like him, and I'll tell you like now, that could be, I mean, I would actually say he's badass crazy for murdering a bunch of people to begin with. Could he get sucked into this? And was it a sting operation on the Patriot community to ultimately make the Patriot and militia community look bad? If the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL and people like that were involved with spying on the Patriot community, which Morris Dees, April the 15th, 1996, a year after, admitted that they had recordings of all these militia meetings with Louis Beam and all these different people, and that he was talking about the Turner Diaries is the Bible and of the right-wing militias and trying to malign good patriots and good Americans along with the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazis. But you really got to look about it. If you let people commit violence and all this kind of stuff, does the Patriot community want to let the Klan and the neo-Nazis do terrorist attacks? And then let's
go to Corn Key. Corn Key came out to where I was staying in South Bend. Mm-hmm. We had a meeting, and I pulled out my recorder and put it on the table and said, "Do you mind if I record this?" And he said, "No, I don't want you to record it." Mm-hmm. So I turned it off, and I think I even pulled the batteries out of it to make sure it was off. Uh-huh. Now, later in an interview with Linda Thompson, he claimed he had a recording of that meeting. These are the people we're dealing with in the Patriot community. What's their motivation? Is it
Mark Corky,
Thompson? Okay. Is it Corn Key's ego? Look at Corn Key now. He's the one that fled into a swamp trying to get away from the government. He was going to defend himself.
He died into a swamp twice, from what I read, and he dyed his hair red, and then I heard a lot of stories about that. But
he let two guys go to prison who did what he asked them to do, which was to take action and kill some people. Oh, wait, we're not criticizing Corn Key.
Well, I'm not criticizing. I don't have him on my show, but I know, for instance, what Bill Cooper said about Mark Corky, and you really haven't criticized as much as Bill Cooper said about you. You don't really criticize Bill Cooper too much.
No, in fact, when he died, I wrote a praise of Bill Cooper. I didn't say that I agreed with him, but I wrote a praise, and I think I referred you to that article. Yes, because I believe that Bill thought he was doing right, and that was demonstrated by what I know. But he was snowed by Linda Thompson,
and and he's an inspiration for. I really, Bill Cooper. I heard him a couple times back when I was like a teenager driving around, and I used to think I was listening to Art Bell, a fill-in or something like that. And I didn't even know that he died in 2001 until years long later, and I started really doing some research in this stuff. But what Bill Cooper said about Mark Corky is this, and I see this. Bill Cooper said that Mark Kroenke claimed that he was part of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Bill Cooper said that he wasn't. And then after that, he claimed that he was part of Army 62 intelligence, so he stopped talking to him. Now, he said all the information that Mark Kroenke was giving him was 100% accurate. And, but here, I don't know who these people are. I'll be the first one to tell everybody out there, I'm a truck driver. I just deliver goods. I'm not no Army intelligence person and this and that. I'm just some guy with a YouTube channel. I go on Facebook. You can look me up. I live in Pennsylvania, but I think all these issues and all these people and what happened back in the 90s is very important. That's how we found ourselves right here, and we're having this conversation. And I hope you think we're talking about important issues, whether we can agree or disagree with a lot.
Let's go back to Cooper and the Air Force. I've got that letter. I'd heard the stories too, but I didn't have any proof. Now, somebody provided me a copy of that letter, and I looked at it, and it's made out like a government document, a military document would be made out, who was copied and all that. There have been other things that I've received but I have to have proof. I don't take somebody's word for something. So, you read my articles, I have got hundreds of mini cassette recordings of conversations that I will never make public, but if I'm called on something, I can prove it.
Oh, you're a real journalist. See the difference? You're not a radio show host like Linda Thompson, Bill Cooper, and Mark Kroenke are.
I had a radio show for a while out of Washington. Sean's a friend of mine up there, had a radio show, and we did. Wasn't going to try and do a daily or weekly. Every Thursday at 7:00 or something like that, we did a show. We did it for about 6 or 8 months, but all I could do was talk about my articles and then respond to questions that were called in, kind of like what we're doing now, but the reverse. But when do you get to a guy claiming he's the FBI and was in the window of the tower that doesn't have a window in it, then claims to be FBI that doesn't have a name and all that?
The FBI got it was in there.
This goes to what happened in Quartzsite, Arizona. Mayor Brown, I spoke with him a number of times. He went on that Glenn Beck show, or was it Glenn Beck? Mm-hmm. No, it was the other one. Who's the other one? Sensationalist. He went on the show and
Bill O'Reilly. I know Bill O'Reilly has a lot of those people on.
No, more radical than that. He went on this guy's radio show, though, and the guy kept saying, well, that was martial law. They declared martial law, didn't they? And he said, no. They invited me to come to the meeting, and they wanted me to get in the car. They'd give me a ride down there, and they said, no, I'll take my own car. And he went to the meeting.
Pete Santilli, was it?
No, it wasn't Pete. But Pete gets, when you have that many hours, how do you fill it in? You'll take anybody that has a story.
Oh, that's why I don't go live every day. I go, sometimes I just do research and I don't do a radio show. Or I learned that, what I do on my show is I hope a lot of people out there that probably listen to my show are a lot of blind people, because I literally just go on the Drudge Report and read a news story and give my opinion. I don't try to dig up stuff. I don't usually have guests. You're the first guest that I've had on here for like the longest time, because I really don't want other people's agendas unless there's a story. I know there's never like Pete Santilli's show and a lot of people out there that do radio broadcasts. They have this, and Bill Cooper Bill Cooper didn't have it all the time, but certain people that do radio broadcasts, they got this never-ending stream of people that just had these different agendas. And I don't like having people on guests, because then we end up talking about weird-ass conspiracy theories. And I try not to do that. And that's, I know that you as a journalist, I didn't read any of that in your Outpost of Freedom. It was just some opinions and what was going on. And real journalism, taking up stories out there that you were actually an investigative reporter and brought out the information yourself. But like a lot of these people out there, they have this guy that has this channel and this guy that's associated with this network. And it's like a never ending, and a bunch of people that come in there and they just spit their agenda and spew their agenda every day. And I don't like having guests because of that, because I don't do a show here to have, a bunch of people out there that want to have a bunch of theories about 5G or, about Agenda 21 or all this stuff out there that really just ends up being a bunch of tinfoil hat wearing nonsense rather than talking about the news. I'd rather just read an article, whether it's a mainstream news article on CNN, MSNBC, and then give my opinion on it and read through the BS. And and that's why I'm here. I'm less of a talk show and more of just an information person. You know, but the great thing about having you on the show is I've done research, and I don't know if you can tell, into the Oklahoma City bombing, into Waco, into Ruby Ridge, and these things that the Patriot community were involved in, and that the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL is been BITCHing about for like the longest time, just to kind of remind people of stuff that I noticed was happening when I was a kid, and I went to, you know, and found out about all these things. Because this, you know, a lot of this stuff, I dove back into it as an adult, the stuff that went right over my head when I was in high school, like Waco and Oklahoma City bombing. I was seeing this stuff happening on TV, you know, everything. And it kind of just like, I had cooler things to do. I was hanging out with my friends, hanging out in the woods, partying, having a good time. And I feel that now, especially with history and the information you brought us here today, it's important and it shouldn't be forgotten. But what you're doing, and I can't really compare you to Mark Corky, Bill Cooper, or Linda Thompson, or anybody out there, except for the fact that you were all put on that list of ADL armed and dangerous people, along with a lot of the other people. And if you look at that list, people out there, and I said you don't want to talk, like even like Bo Greitz. I remember seeing when I was a kid. I picked it up at a flea market, videos about Bo Greitz and Mena, Arkansas, and CIA drug running and all this kind of different stuff. And I was always interested in that kind of stuff. Now, you don't talk about that kind of stuff, but other people do. And
well, let me add one on Bo Greitz. On April 19th, I received a call from his secretary. I wasn't there, and I called back and I talked to her. But the message that was left for me was written out by Rosemary at the motel, that Bo Greitz wanted to come to Waco if it was okay. And because of what I've mentioned previously. So I called his office and I said, is Bo there? No, he's not here. Well, he wanted to come to Waco and tell him he can come now and he can come out holding his hands up when he gets off the plane. He's invited down here now. This is after the fire, during the fire, the final day, April 19th. And she said, well, he's on a cruise. Well, I don't know why I got this message that he wanted to come down there.
I heard that. Back. Talk about that before. See, I've seen all this like, on a cruise out in the Bahamas or something like that, probably on his like cell phone.
So why did I get this message from his office that he wanted to come down there?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he would not shake my hand and he looked down at the ground when I introduced myself on the steps, the lie about Ruby Ridge. I mean, these are personal experience. I don't do stories unless I have contact with the person or somebody. I didn't have contact with, the guy that died in prison. Can't think of his name right now, but I'm getting old, I've got to refer to my notes. And when I asked you for the questions ahead of time, you kept dumping all these questions, and apparently I gave up and said I'd wing it.
I got too many questions, and I got a lot.
I was in charge with his. I talked with his ex-wife once, and I talked with his daughter many times. So she was in touch with him. She would pass messages to him. He and I corresponded a little bit, but they restricted that. I'm going to tell you another one. This is the shit that happens to me. The government has a policy. If they make public documents, they redact addresses and/or phone numbers about people. In the Burns incident, the only document on file with the court that has an address on it has my address on it. They did not redact it. Why did they do that?
They do that. And you know what's like a weird thing? I've read some of these Freedom of Information file reports, and one thing that glared out, I've read the Bill Cooper Hour of the Times FOI report, and there was only one name that was not redacted, and that was Brother Stairs. You know who Brother Stairs is on shortwave radio? And I talked to Brother Stairs about it. Brother Stairs told me he had one of the Olympic bombers stay at his little compound down there in South Carolina. And I think he was talking about, back in the 80s.
No, I'm not familiar with that, but I know that the documents the FBI documents that I got on Burns had a lot of redactions in a lot of it. And if you go to Readout News, it says where that was redacted. But there was enough information in those for me to track down and be able to identify 11. Well, one of them came forward, Mama Bill. but they have a habit of redacting anything that goes public, even if it's in the records. The court will have the correct one. The one that they'll publish has blackouts on it, and in some of these reports, whole paragraphs are redacted. So why did they put my address out? Were they hoping to get somebody to attack me, try and kill me or something? Why did they leave my address in? All the documents, everything was redacted as far as location, phone numbers, and or license plate numbers were redacted. But they put my address out in it. The government doesn't like me. I know that about them. They know that about me. I don't like them. They don't like me. Now, the fact that I gave a voice to somebody that I think was legitimate. I'd looked into enough of his background to know that when he came back, he wanted to get in special forces, but he also had bad feelings about killing people. He may have inadvertently attacked an American vehicle, even. And unless you're a veteran and been in a combat zone, your perspective of the world changes when you've been in a combat zone and been shot at.
Oh no, I've talked
and had to shoot.
I've talked to a lot of people coming back from Afghanistan. My uncle, who was served in Vietnam and signed up just like you did, they have a totally different perspective, and that's why I never served, especially because my uncle Joe, who was in Vietnam, sat me down. But I've talked to a lot of these people returning from Afghanistan, and the only advice I had to them after talking to them is make sure you come back home. And unfortunate that's pretty dirty business if you want to come back.
Yeah,
home.
and in talking with them, and if you've talked with their families too, that my mother was worried for 363 days. In my time in Vietnam, she was worried the whole time, except that the one time we talked on the through that relay system. She worried every day about me. I didn't worry about me every day. I never worried about me. I was scared a couple times in Vietnam. One time I remember distinctly, we were up in the Central Highlands with my bird dog and another bird dog and some helicopters and crew chief from each of these and the pilots from these the aircraft, and we got attacked one night. We were on an old French plantation, and we had cots to sleep on. We didn't have to sleep on the ground, at least. I was down to my skivvies sleeping. It was warm, and I was down to my skivvies like I would just a sheet over me, and an attack came, and so I grabbed my boots and my pants and shirt and rifle and went over to a more protected area, and I was scared until I got my boots on. And once I got, and the only other time I was scared after the fact was we were at I think Swan Lock, and we were building. When I was a good mechanic, my plane had more flying hours than the other planes in the unit, and so when somebody went on R&R, I would go and fill in their place. So I went down to Swan Lock with actually working on his plane, but. The runway was the wide spot in the road that led to a bridge. The bridge went across the river, and the other side of the river was known VC. And we had prisoners, VC prisoners, digging trenches to put in runway lights so we could do night landings there because everything was daylight because we didn't have anything. Whenever a plane was going to take off or land, we would go out and stand in the road and fire rounds in the air, and the people in the area knew to get off the road then because the plane was going to land or take off. That was the control tower, was our rifles to tell people they were landing. Well, the prisoners were digging the trenches to lay out the runway lights, and they were taking a break, and the white mice that were their guards trusted us to watch them, and they wanted to go across the river, so I drove them across in a Jeep, and on the way back I heard some shots fired. When I got back, the guy said, did you hear they were shooting at you? So when I was crossing the bridge, apparently some shots were fired. From their perspective, they said they just went just over your head. I don't know if they were that close because I didn't hear the bullets whiz, But that kind of scared me for a minute there. And those are the only 2 times in Vietnam that I was actually scared. The rest of the time, if I got killed, I wouldn't have known it until I was dead. But my mother worried about that the whole time. So there's a whole different perspective that we develop when you're in a combat zone. I mean, we got attacked at Phu Loi main base, and every time we got attacked, so many people had to go to back up our bunker, a perimeter bunker. Now, they had built a bunker, a shelter and most people wanted to go to that, but I would always go down and draw my rifle and go out to the perimeter bunker because I wanted to be in a position to defend myself, not huddled in a bunker that if it got bombed, everybody would go with it. I would rather be in a position to defend myself. So, but I was never scared then. And I remember the first time the 125 millimeter rockets came in, we were getting hit with 80 millimeter or 82 millimeter mortars frequently. Hardly ever caused any damage. But shortly before I left, I had less than a month to go, these 125 millimeter or 120 millimeter rockets came in, and these things blew a hole in the company area. I had just gone from Air Force night mess. Our mess hall was closed, but Air Force night mess was open 24 hours a day. I had come from the Air Force mess hall, which was about a quarter of a mile away, and crossed the company street, sat down on my bunk, was taking my boots off, and heard this loud explosion. Now, I didn't go back out that night, but the next morning I went out in the hole in our company street, right about where I walked, just a few minutes before. There was a hole that you could put a Jeep in, and if you put the windshield down on that Jeep, you could cover the hole up with dirt, and you could never tell it was there. It was that deep. That's about 3.5 foot, about 4 feet, I guess, high. The hole was that deep and large enough to put a Jeep in. And that didn't even bother me, but it was just kind of a strange feeling, realizing that probably if that had come in 2 minutes sooner, I would have been right where it came in. But see, those things don't bother you, but the people at home are concerned. So your frame of mind gets a more realistic attitudes towards things. So I could empathize. A friend of mine in Patriot Prodigy Vets, for example, a girl I got to know pretty well, her brother was killed by friendly fire. And so things like this start to make your makeup. So McVeigh's, the things that I'd read about McVeigh before I started talking with him, and I wrote that article about McVeigh, I think before I began communicating with him, his experience killing civilians, knowing he killed children and things like that, I had empathy for him. But the fact that he acted rather than drew lines in the sand caused me to write that article that everybody criticizes me about. But that's an experience that I can feel about. And my principles and his are the same to act. But I still pursue a peaceful solution. Now, there is violence potential and suggested in the Plan for Restoration of Constitutional Government. But if you read it, it's a last resort to go to violence. So even though I praise McVeigh for what he did because he stood by his principles, whether he was induced to by the government or not, regardless of that, he stuck to his principles, as I have always tried to do with mine, as far as my reporting and as far as that article in Plan for Restoration of Constitutional Government and everything I've written. My protection of sources are based on principle. So somebody of principle, unlike Cornkey, unlike all these other people that we talk about and hear so much about, including Norm Olson, I get along with Norm, and we disagree on some things. We still talk from time to time. We've known each other, never met in person, but have known each other way back from the early 90s. Mm-hmm. To me, the most important thing in principle, the same thing that caused those people to stand on Lexington Green. It wasn't words, it was actions. Whether you agree with the actions or not, I'm not going to disagree with any action any patriot takes, period. If you look at, if you listen to all the recordings that were not going to go public until the government made them public, and it was in Ryan Payne's sentencing report where my name came up as much as his did. And they took segments of what was said. So I came out with the entire 1 or 2 hour meetings that were recorded by agreement of everybody. People accused me of recording it for the government. No, if you listen to the first one, I said, do we want to record these or not? And the OMD board said, let's record them. And so they were recorded and stored. I forgot the name of the thing online. They were as we agreed to. But I was accused of recording these for the government. No, the entire board voted that they be recorded. And I went against my principles. I could not contact members of the board. One, I wouldn't because I found out he was an informant. One had left the group before about the beginning of the events, and so that left very few of us. But I needed a majority of people to release them, and now I was one, and I got one, and I couldn't get in touch with another one. I finally got with him. I finally got the third one, but it already put them out. But because he was in prison, I couldn't get in touch with him to get his permission. That permission was granted indirectly through somebody that was close to him. So finally I had the requisite number, so that one time I went away from the principles of the agreement of the release of the recordings with the majority, which I had with the third one, and came out with the entire recording so the perspective could be put on these, not just a phrase or a sentence or two, which is what they put in the report on Ryan Payne's sentencing report, but the entire discussion. And OMD never supported the operation up there. However, they were in a position to, if the Patriots were attacked, then OMD would call out. So again, the principles were held to. Principles are invaluable to me. And so what I wrote about McVeigh comes from my heart, that he acted. He did what others refused to do, even when they said they would do it when certain events occurred, and those events occurred and they walked away. They backed up. They moved the line. The lack of principle in the patriot community. I'll not back off of it. I won't divulge sources. I'll go to jail. But I will not back away from the principles.
Well, the principles of the patriot community. Okay, we'll go back. This is where we kind of disagree, because when you look at who was Timothy McVeigh? If you never met him personally, you don't know where he, you don't know if he was an informant. You don't know if he got sucked in by a bunch of informants to do this. We don't know. Everything that happened to Malloy with Ryan Payne and all these people, it was obvious that there was informants there. We know that the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL probably had informants all over Waco, taking people here, taking people there. It's been known and reported during the Carol Hale trial that there was Southern Poverty Law Center informants all over Illahoma City. And the reason why is because Robert Malloy let these informants in and was informing to the ATF and the FBI because he didn't want another Waco to happen in Illahoma City. So when you're talking about Timothy McVeigh, when you're talking about Malloy, when you're talking about Waco, when you're talking about all these things, no matter where your heart's at.
It's Millar, not Malloy. Millar.
Millar, yeah, Robert Millar. I've seen his sons are still around, and they're the white separatists, and they are a Christian identity. And if a lot of people have British Israelism, or a lot of people don't know what that is, it's something that if you don't know what it is, you probably don't know what it's about. And we have people that call into this show sometimes when we've taken phone calls from the CSA militias and people that were at the standoff on. The people that claim that their family had been there, and it had been in the 1990s.
Let's go to Millar. I told you he sent me down to have dinner out of Elohim for this guy to interrogate me. Apparently, the guy was an interrogator in World War II, interrogating the captured prisoners. And even though he had faith in that, and he trusted me and invited me to have dinner with his family, the day that I spoke to the women They had secured their perimeter. That's how touchy he was about infiltration. Why were the men not there? Because they had their rifles out around the perimeter in case it was a setup to be attacked. And I can understand Dr. Millar, and I'll refer to him as Doctor out of respect for him.
Mhm.
Even with all that, he still had enough doubt that he was going to be cautious and protect himself against an attack. But yes, and now let's go to Burns, Oregon. I talked to Ryan. Ryan and I spent 10 days together coming up with that PDF on committees of safety. He stayed at my place. And I asked him, how come you're not checking people coming in? Well, Ryan, Ammon doesn't want us to. Anybody can come in. As far as I know, they only kicked one guy out who was a reporter that kept asking leading questions and wouldn't give up on it. And the other one was actually removed, not at Ammon's request, but because the other people were concerned about him. Can't think of his name right now. But because he was a loudmouth and an egotistical son of a bitch and who wanted to start a war. But otherwise, anybody was allowed in. And when I was talking to Ryan on the phone once, I said, look, if they sent two guys in there, they could grab Ammon and arrest him and take him out. If they were armed, they could one hold it against his back and both of them have their guns pointed at Ammon and arrest him. Why isn't he? And in fact, when I wrote the militia response, which was based upon a lot of the failings at the Bundy Ranch in Nevada a couple of years before then, what would the Patriots need to get more organized? They need to look into logistics. They need to look into security. They need to look into intelligence. They have to create a structure kind of like the military does, where they have different groups specializing in different things to protect the body. None of that was applied in Oregon. And but as such, they had all these informants giving reports daily. In many cases, almost every day they'd give a report, and how they were getting the reports out doesn't matter. How they got them out, some of them it explains they got an email, some were chats, some were phone calls, but there was no security at all, and that's a deficiency. And so I was in Army Aviation, I was in Army Intelligence, both.
Well, I know something that I heard from through the grapevine. Okay, and I heard this through the grapevine, and I don't know the significance of it because I've never been in a situation like that. And honestly, I don't trust people enough to put myself in a situation like this. Is that radio broadcaster Pete Santilli, his show, a lot of people out there, the feds out there always, and he talks about it, and it's completely true. The FBI and the ATF are always tuned into the Pete Santilli show because they don't know what he's going to get involved with. And he has federal babysitters right now that are probably watching everything, and probably some of them are probably watching this show because they know that what I'm talking about. But when he was in Nevada, there's a reason why, from what I heard from a little birdie named Pete Santilli is that why he wasn't arrested and put on trial right away. It's because the FBI was watching everything, and the people just like people are watching this show right now. And I implore everybody to watch the show, but everybody out there know I'm just a guy over here talking about this information. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to be your partner. I'm not joining any team. I am Leaderless Resistance, and I'm the leader of my own show. This is my show. Thanks for tuning in. You can listen, but listen, I'm not trying to honeypot people one way or the other. But we know that certain people, especially over here on social media, that the Southern Poverty Law Center, the ADL, and a lot of people have got a lot of time to pay attention to everything that's going on in the thread. They know your IP address. They know where you're dialing in from. People all over the country are watching this and that. Well, the Pete Santilli show, especially during Nevada, and that's where his big break was, where he had millions of people on his main channel tuning in, and the mainstream media was taking tips off him to find out what was going on out there. And he's a journalist. When he's really on fire, he's a journalist, and he can get out there and really show you what's going on. There's a reason why he didn't get charged, and the reason why he was going to get charged in Nevada is because they claimed, basically, other than free speech and him reporting, that he was screaming fire in a crowded room by exposing the fact of what he said and reported, that there was helicopters and snipers flying around all over the Bundy Ranch. And so instead of taking him out and carting him off right away to jail, that that the Bureau of Land Management and the ATF and the FBI wanted to do with him, they sat around and they watched his threads and they watched all the people that were around him and surrounding him, and that he was bringing in because of the information that he was putting out there. And beware, because they could do the same thing with this show and what we're talking about right now. He knew everybody out there that was watching, they knew that he was going to be going up to Oregon for, the standoff at the bird farm. But the federal babysitters supposedly told him this, that they let him go up to Oregon because they were following certain people up to Oregon that he really knew nothing about, but they knew that he was going up there. So they let him go up there. And he really, as far as I know, he wasn't involved with these people. He was on his way up there. And they were surrounding him and watching everything that he was doing because he's a broadcaster, just like I'm doing right here. And I'm a broadcaster. I just sit, I talk. I'll talk up and down. We've already been going over 4 hours, but I can talk until the sun freaking goes up and down over and over and over again because I like doing it. I learned something. I've learned a lot from this broadcast. But what happened is they take certain people and certain information. I'm sure they've done it to people who go over to the Outpost of Freedom. I'm sure that they did it to Bill Cooper, the Hour of the Time. I'm sure they do it to people who were, out there, people in the Patriot community, people who tune into the Mark Hornke broadcast, anybody out there that considers themselves a Patriot, you're being monitored. They're watching everything you're doing. And no matter what you're going to do, they're 2 steps ahead of you. And it's not that they're watching you or they're watching me. They're watching everybody out there that's watching us. And, and from what I heard, is on his way up there. He was allowed to go up there and not arrested for Nevada, in charge of what happened in Nevada, because they wanted to keep an eye on all the people that were honeypotted around him and going up there.
Let me tell you 2 things about Pete. I like Pete and Deb. They're nice people. I met them once. That was in Burns.
Yeah, I don't talk
in person.
Supposedly, after I went down January down in Virginia for whatever reason on January the 20th, I went down to Virginia, and our relationship just ended right there when I went down to Richmond, Virginia on January the 20th. I don't know why. I don't know if he was told to kick me to the curb and throw me under the bus, but that was it. I don't know why. I went down there on Rich. If you go to my YouTube page and you watch, I was down there in Virginia streaming live for like 8 hours. Thousands of people watched. I didn't say anything. I don't do anything. Didn't know any of those people down there. I was just streaming live. But that was my done with the. And it's better off. You probably. It's probably better off because now I'm independent and I could do my own thing and I'll continue to do so. And I know better now to keep everybody at arm's distance, but go ahead. What were you going to say about that? I think
the first one is kind of humorous. Pete and I had talked a number of times, and but the day that of the takeover in Burns, he was leaving and he was on the air and he was going to take me with him down as they went down to Burns. And I jokingly refer to it when he threw me out in the snow, but because there was snow on the ground then, there wasn't when I got there. But I was on the radio show with him, and he was driving down the road, and all of a sudden I'm cut off, and I didn't find out until later. What happened is their bandwidth was going down, and by having me on as well, it was overloading their ability to get the broadcast out. So jokingly is when he threw me out in the snow on the way down to the reserve from Burns. But the other one is, now they brought no charges against anybody over what happened in the battle that they lost, called the Battle of the Bundy Ranch. The government lost that.
He calls it the Battle of the Bird Farm.
Well, I call it the Battle of Bundy Ranch. But what happened there is no charges were brought against anybody because the government lost, and they didn't want to publicize that. Now, after Burns, then they reopened the investigation and brought the charges against him and everybody else. He was named along with everybody else at that time, but they didn't come out with that because they didn't want to promote the fact that they lost that battle. But since they won in Burns, and you got these people in court, they decided, okay, it's time to bring all these people, including Santilli, up on charges on the Bundy Ranch. So it wasn't just Pete; it was everybody. Nobody was charged Why would they? Why, if the Bundy Ranch stood against the government and won, why would they bring charges against Pete Santilli, a reporter? And now they used a lot of his footage as evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a tool, an unwitting tool. I think it was Pete once that turned his cameras on an investigation down on the border and showed the house of the that was owned by the lady that they were interviewing, who was not to divulge who she was. So his overzealousness sometimes provides evidence for the government, audio, video evidence for the government.
But it's the truth. It's the truth's truth.
It is, except, there's got to be intelligence. Some things need not be known.
Well, not with freedom of the press. Not with freedom of the press. I tell everybody out there, as somebody that's
on the contrary, there's a lot of things that I will not divulge as press. I've got to respect my sources. We go back to investigating Radis, what's his name? James O'Keefe. Does he give out everything? No, he doesn't. Investigative reporting, if we look back in the history of this country prior to the 60s, undercover investigations were recognized, but a lot of the information had to be kept secret. Who were their sources? They don't divulge sources. We still see people on television that they'll mask their face and their voice. There has to be, to get news, sometimes you have to be able to promise autonomy to the sources. Now, my method of doing that is I record and keep correspondence, but nobody sees that. That's just in case if I'm ever called, I can prove my point. If I can't prove it, I'm not going to publish it. I've lied twice, as I mentioned. Everything else I can prove. Now, when I die, they're going with me. They're not going to be divulged because I don't have to defend me anymore if I'm ever called to defend me. But they can't go after me for doing things that when I can prove that what I did was accurate, except those two events. So freedom of the press isn't the freedom to induce somebody to provide information that you've promised confidentiality on, or is indiscreet even. And I don't disagree with what Pete did, but if he promised that lady he would not divulge where she lives, and then he shows her house, he violated his trust. But without that trust, do you have the legitimacy of being somebody that is responsible about the information? John, Mr. X, for example, was willing to give his name out, but I didn't want to give his name out, and this had to do with the Hellfire missiles that were going to be thrown at that gave Oath Keepers a good reason to get out of the Bundy Ranch.
It wasn't Screwy Louie, was it? Screwy Louie?
No, it wasn't Screwy Louie. I backed Louie when he was supporting veterans, but the events in Burns and I talked to him on the phone when he was driving back to Arizona, and I've talked to people up there. That was the beginning of my lack of support. And when he got into these camps in Arizona, and I looked into that, everything was lost. But when he was climbing towers, I was covering it because he was supporting veterans, and I respected him for it. Mm-hmm. But it all got lost because. Let me put it this way. Quite often ego comes in the way of responsibility. And I try and not let my ego doing it, to the point that I stop defending myself. I'm willing to go on an interview when people want to interview me, whether it's you or anybody else. You said it wasn't going to be a hit job. I don't care if it's a hit job. If you'll give me the forum, but I'm not going to divulge things that to anybody where I've promised autonomy or where I've felt the need of autonomy of my source.
No, exactly. I'm not about hit jobs. What I'm about, and then we were talking about Pete divulging some lady's house. There's, I consider myself a lot kind of like what his show is I'm a live streamer. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like a mix between what you would call as journalism and talk show and just streaming live, where I just go live. You know what I mean? Like if somebody doesn't want to come up and talk to me, if I'm down there and I'm pointing my camera, and you could just think about what happened in what would have happened in Waco if someone was down there pointing a camera and streaming live the whole time down in Satellite City. And that's what I'm looking for this broadcast. And if you could find the next satellite city for the next big thing that happens, that's all I want. I don't need to get involved. I don't need to have sources. I just need to be there. It kind of like Ken Fawcett sitting with his satellite and recording all the footage. All I got to do is be there, and I got to be out there in the right direction. And I don't need to know you. I don't need to know this guy. I don't need to have FBI, ATF, all these people, informants surrounding me and think that I got anything to do with the whole thing.
Right, but if you agreed to an interview and agreed to autonomy in that interview, would you violate that agreement? Was your word any good or not? My word is good.
Yeah, I don't do an interview like that. Like I'm a different.
I know, but in this case, it was an interview.
Oh yeah. You're a real journalist. You're a real journalist. I can do journalism and do interviews, and I go out there, but I'm kind of more like Mr. Live Guy, and you only see what you see. And I wear my heart on my sleeve. I put it all out there. If you want to know who I am, or where I'm broadcasting from, or where it's all open source information.
I've written about Press in the Patriot community a couple of times, Press in Waco and Press in the Patriot community. 2 articles, one out of Waco and one came out later over the Indian Reservation in Oklahoma City. Now, there's a third one I'm going to talk about now. There's a reporter for Oregon Live, Maxine Bernstein. People have been pretty critical of her. But she had contacted me, I think. I don't remember how the initial contact. I think she contacted me because of me being up there, but we got to talking, and she was reporting and mentioning my name in a number of articles, and she called me a blogger, and I called her on it, and we're still in touch occasionally, but I called her, I said, look, I'm a journalist, not a blogger. I use a blog format to publish because I can't get papers like yours to publish my work. And she understood that, and from then on, she called me a journalist instead of a blogger. But we shared information between each other. She helped me obtain some documents, and I helped her with information that I could provide with her. That I've found that we can work with mainstream media. So in 3 cases now, Shauna Cox admitted to me that she saw the shift in Maxine's reporting to government side only to both sides about the time that I started talking with Maxine. So, see, we can have an effect if we're reputable journalists, not sensationalists, but reputable journalists. We have something in common with the other side, but that's the other side of the story. And this goes back to the whole McVeigh thing, the other side of the story. It goes back to Massey, the other side of the story. It goes back to almost every story I've covered, the other side of the story, not the side the press is giving you. And Trump's right. It is fake news.
There's a lot of stories. There's a lot of stories with McVeigh that it is, no one's actually ever, to this point. And hey, you want me to be a journalist? It's not about a journalist; it's about streaming live. No one's talked to Terry Nichols yet.
Well, I haven't, but he's in prison.
And that's the thing. Like after all these years,
now I did talk to his brother.
Oh yeah, he was charged too, and he wasn't involved in it.
No, his brother wasn't charged. I met his brother at up in Washington.
They arrested him and they didn't charge him, right? Like in the days leading up.
They tried to get information. Look at what they did to McVeigh's sister. They threatened her with prison time if she didn't talk about it, answer their questions. That's the government tactics.
Now, is there any way at this point, 25 years later, now Terry Nichols, whether he just wants to. Like and this is another thing that I kind of disagree with you with. Terry Nichols, you printed his receipts of his material that he bought. You can find that over on the Outpost of Freedom, and I don't think that's it's the truth. That it's journalism and it's putting open source information out there. But to this point, like Attorney General Bill Barr, especially, hasn't let anybody in there. Janet Reno she made the rules, and not let anybody talk to Terry Nichols. Is there anybody out there? And I'm not talking about having, trying to hide my sources or whatever. Whether Redoubt News and other people out there, can anybody out there through FOIA or anything get a live stream interview with Terry Nichols before he dies?
Well, I'm not going to go back on that story. That's 20 years ago. I mean, the truth may come out in history, may not. The effect of that, the journalistic aspect of that is really gone.
Yeah, but nobody's even trying to talk to Terry Nichols.
Is he going to tell the truth after all this time, after what he suffered?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Let me give you an example. Ryan Payne, I got along with quite well. There were some rubs in the communication, and they had to do with Ammon Bundy, but I don't want to go into detail on that. But there were some rubs, but we got along. We spent 10 days, 12-hour days putting that thing together and talking about various things. He actually brought a few of his friends up to my place, and, we were talking, and I'd give these friends some articles, and they'd read them while we were talking. And Ryan Payne went to prison. He spent a couple of years in prison. Is he going to be a patriot when he gets out? No, he's going to be an electrician. Mm-hmm. That some stories become old. Some people can't stand the heat. My agreement with my wife is I not do any new stories after I spent that time in jail. It was more frustrating for her than it was for me. But I'm not going to give up my principles. I'm still going after the government. I'm just going after them in a different way that I've always wanted to anyway. Mm-hmm. And I'd written a few articles about in the past, but now I'm focusing on greater detail on those and doing extensive investigation on it. Hundreds of documents, 800 in the Second Amendment only, over 800 documents in the Second Amendment. And, I've got to give a lot of credit to my team. I can't name them, but I've got to give a lot of credit to my team because I've only found maybe 5 or 6 documents out of 800. Mm-hmm. They're investing their money in research. They're buying copies. They're paying for access to certain websites that are paid websites to get this information. But I'm still going after the government because here's a broad picture from the beginning, from the Bill of Rights. The government has manipulated things to their benefit, mm-hmm. all the way to the 27th Amendment. So we're talking about 200 years of the government manipulating our Constitution, mm-hmm. to serve them, not us. And I mentioned Barron versus Baltimore when the government said, the Supreme Court said, the Constitution is between the federal government and the people of the United States. Each state, and this foundation is very clear. When they created the Constitution, the 9th and 10th Amendments to the Constitution were ratified for a reason. Because if the government doesn't have specific authority in an area, it is not imposed upon the states. And this became abundantly clear in the Massacre case, where the Texas Constitution gave him the right to have firearms. Where did the federal government get jurisdiction over the subject matter or the location? Because he was never on federal land, so there's no jurisdiction there. The analogy I used on gun control, the government's right to control interstate commerce, is if I've got an overpass over a road, when I'm on the sidewalk, I'm in the state. When I go up the staircase to get to the overpass, I'm entering federal jurisdiction. I remain in federal jurisdiction when I'm crossing that border or the street. And when I go down the other side, I'm still receiving within federal jurisdiction. But once I'm back on the sidewalk on the other side, I'm no longer in federal jurisdiction. And that's what happened in this case. Massey was never involved in commercial. Now, the government, by statutes, has since then extended the statutes to include anything that's ever been a piece of bubble gum. If it's made in one state, goes to the other state. Now, the absurdity of that.
Right? That's Texas. That's out of Texas. Yeah, I don't know much about the story.
Well, I'm talking about the absurdity of them manipulating the Commerce Clause to apply to it. Let's say I live in a state that makes firearms and makes ammunition. I can have firearms and ammunition and no federal jurisdiction. But if the ammunition is made in another state and they only make the firearm, I can have the firearm, but I can't have the ammunition. If I live in a state that makes the ammunition that doesn't make firearms, I can have the ammunition, but I can't have the firearms. That's the way the government treats it now. That's not what was intended by the Commerce Clause. The Commerce Clause came directly out of what was happening from ships coming from Europe to the United States and say going to New York, docking there, and New York to putting tariffs on everything on the ship, and then it goes up the river to New Jersey, and now New Jersey then puts a tariff on it, so there's getting double tariff because it was tariffed by New York, even though it was bound for New Jersey because it stopped in New York port first. The reason for the Commerce Clause, and let's say that I'm in an inland state and I have to go to a port to get to ship it to something that I manufacture to Europe, that I'm not allowing that intermediate state to tariff something before it gets to the shipping port. They have no right to intervene on my right to ship something to Europe. So the intent of the Commerce Clause is very clear if you go back and read how it was applied back then. Now the government says if it has ever been in commerce, we have jurisdiction over it. That's not what the Commerce Clause created, but that's what they're using to circumvent the Constitution. Second Amendment article, it was an interview or a statement for Congress. I've got at the bottom of the article, I've got the context of the whole thing, but I've highlighted the points that are of significance. And the representative from NRA said, so you're circumventing the Constitution. And they agreed that they're using the tax provision to circumvent the Constitution. They admitted they're circumventing the Constitution in whatever year it was, 1932. They admit that they're circumventing the Constitution by using the taxing authority. Now they're circumventing the Constitution with the Commerce Clause. And these are so my attack against the government now is not taking a particular event, but is looking at an overall to address these issues of circumvention. They use the administrative agencies to enact laws that Congress didn't pass, but Congress is the only legislative body. So how come administrative agencies can then make rules that can put you in prison when Congress never approved those rules? These are the things that I'm attacking now. So I'm still attacking the government, but I'm doing it on a full different level since Burns. I'm doing it on a full different level than I did before. And I had written a few articles about this in the past, but on the blog, there's an article on administrative agencies that begins to talk about the fourth branch of government circumventing the Constitution. That's the title of the article. And they're circumventing the Constitution. They're manipulating our government to work against us beyond the scope that was ever envisioned by the founding fathers. When I take the Second Amendment and put 3 commas in there, it makes it subject to a completely different element than what was enacted. The way it was enacted was a militia being, I'm going to put it in, it's the only one of the amendments put in the form of what would be called a resolution, whereas and therefore. Whereas the right of the security, the militia is necessary for the security of a free state, therefore the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed. Now that's a resolution, a prefatory clause, and now back then the militia was every able-bodied man between 14 and I don't remember what the ages were back then. It varied from state to state. But the idea is they've got a complete right beyond those ages even. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Back then it applied to men only, but and most of them said all males between this age and this age. But it didn't exclude anybody. But then in the 1930s, or the 1905, somewhere around there, when they created the first United States militia, they began changing the nature of it. And by throwing the extra commas in there, they make it more ambiguous. But the government created the United States militia in 1905, I think it was. And there's no authority in the Constitution. The government can only call forth the militia. And we did even in World War II. A lot of the units that fought were the New Jersey or New York or, the various units. The World War I especially, everything was militia called forth. But they've bastardized that intent, that original intent to suit them now. So to them, they control the militia. Therefore, they can apply the Second Amendment where it didn't apply by the intent of the founders. It did not say, and if the Second Amendment article talks about how various states, and the subsequent Second Amendment article will go a little further because I collect the old constitutions. But where does this unorganized militia come in? There was no such thing as an unorganized militia back then. They did that to create the distinction between the National Guard and the reserves and the unorganized militia, so they could exclude the unorganized militia from owning firearms. Their intention was to disarm the people of this country, and they're still pursuing that, and they're getting states to go along with it in violation of the state constitution. I wrote an article about a demonstration in I don't remember what town it was in, somewhere in Texas, where they're having this Second Amendment demonstration, and I wrote in it, look at the Texas Constitution. Don't look at the federal Constitution. The federal Constitution doesn't protect your right. It prohibits the government from infringing on that right. Your state, however, in its constitution determines what your right is with regard to firearms. Read your state constitution.
Well, that's supposedly what the whole Constitution is supposed to be. It's not really for the government. It's supposed to be the rules that the government's not supposed to impose upon us.
Right. But we're letting them impose it upon us, and we're supporting it by calling it a Second Amendment movement. It's not. It's a states' rights movement. Mm-hmm. What caused the Civil War? States' rights. Did they change any laws because of it? Yes. They required states like Texas to write a constitution, have that constitution submitted to Congress for their approval, and at the same time ratify the 14th Amendment. Now, how can they ratify the 14th Amendment if they're not a state? But they had to ratify the 14th Amendment before they could become a state. So the ratifications by the 10 states or the 9 states are invalid. They were not states when they ratified it. How can you ratify something when you're not a member of that ratifying body? But at the same time, they approved those. I collect old, I go back to on some states that I've gone into, and somewhere along the line, this will, when I've got some spare time, this will come up. But I go back and find the original constitution of a state. I find the various changes in it. In the 50s, a lot of constitutions changed. Mm-hmm. But within them, some don't address the right. California, for example, does not address the militia or the right to keep and bear arms. It's unsaid. In that case, you might defer to the federal. You might defer to the federal Constitution, or you might assume that since it's not addressed in the Constitution, the people have are protected by the Second Amendment, I guess is the best way to put it. The government shall not infringe because they have not, that state has not in their most recent constitution made any reference to firearms. But in other states where Texas has a qualifier in it, and other states have qualifiers, there's different wording in each one. So you have to look at your state constitution to see what your rights were, and if any statutes in that state are in conflict with that constitution. It has nothing to do with the federal constitution. The federal constitution is not a fucking player in the game.
Well, yeah, I read your article going back to Waco where you were mentioning the Texas Constitution and the Branch Davidians' right to bear arms. And I read that was right over in the Waco white papers, and I was just going through all this, and a lot of this stuff. I'll tell you right now, I'm not somebody that is 100% versed in everything in the Constitution. Pete Santilli and Deb Jordan sent me my first pocket Constitution, and that was the first time I read it over here on the broadcast. I think it's an important thing, and when it comes to bringing people together, one of the main things. And I'd like to invite you to do it over here on the show, because I'll tell you right now, a lot of this stuff with the Constitution, like I've read it, and I think a lot of people have read it, even though they don't understand it, and especially a lot of young people. we understand parts of it. You can read the words, but you got to go really deep into it. It's one of these things. Like, I think it's important that, and Bill Cooper's talk about this. You should be reading it once a week. And I've only read it a few times. I didn't even have one until Pete and Deb sent me one. And Pete even said that Cliven Bundy was the first person that handed him a constitution, and he was like 52 even by the time he read that. I'm 42 now, and it's one of these things that I think people, with people talking about leaderless resistance and people going out there worrying about the line drawn in the sand, and this is one of these things that I think people could really focus on is maybe everybody out there, rather than worrying about what's going on out there in the street where the FBI and the ATF is trying to honeypot patriots into some kind of madness, maybe people, or even here on Sundays, maybe we should be just kind of picking through the Constitution like a bunch of nerds and really reading this stuff. Because the older I get, the more important reading and comprehending a lot of this stuff becomes more and more important. When I was a young guy and when I wanted to sit around and watch football and baseball and sit around and party and all this and that, but now the time, more than anything, especially now and going forward, rather than people going out in the streets worrying about the lines, I think there's a whole lot missing out there with everybody, even understanding the Constitution. And whether we can all agree or disagree, it's all written in stone. Whether it's a state constitution or it's the Constitution, from 1776, I don't think there's near enough people that know enough about it, me included. I know it, like telling you, in layman's terms, a lot of this stuff still flies over my head. Although as an American, and a lot of the values I've been raised with, I know how to stand my ground. As an American, just living in everyday life, I have a big voice, and I'm not afraid. And I feel safe in this country as a person that getting out there as an activist that's been out there on the streets. I've gone out there in front of the police in protest situations, had not been arrested. And I think people should know the laws. I think more than anything, people talking about drawing lines and people talking about all this stuff, I think more importantly, rather than having a call to arms, I think rather than having a call to peace, I don't understand why people out there sometimes, every once in a while, especially in the patriot community, I don't know why everybody just doesn't show up down in Washington, D.C. and walk around and hang out together and read the Constitution maybe. Because I've been down to D.C. when they try to have these patriot things down there in front of the Washington Monument.
Well, I think that people need to. I'm a history buff too, so to speak. I've got hundreds of Supreme Court decisions on my computer. I think one of the most impressive ones, though, is Barron versus Baltimore, where the Supreme Court said that's between the people and the federal government. The state has, each state has the authority to do what their people wanted with their constitution. And the thing is, what we're doing is, Lincoln said, one nation under God. We're not one nation. We're 50 nations at this point.
Well, we got 50 guys. So
we got cooperative with limited authority on each side. The Constitution has, in Article 1, and the Bill of Rights, we can clearly see, if you read Article 1, sections 8, 9, and 10, you can see that there's a dividing line between the authorities. And if you look at the 9th and 10th Amendment, you see that reaffirmed. And if you read the preamble to the Bill of Rights, which I've published a number of times, most people didn't even know there was a preamble. But to set a clear distinction, I don't have it in front of me, but they wanted understood that there's a difference between the federal government and the state government. That's clear in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the preamble to the Bill of Rights, and the whole concept behind it. We had the Articles of Confederation. It was a confederation. We're still a confederation, but it doesn't take unanimity. The confederation can only be amended by unanimous consent of all the members. And so the distinction was set up that with the simple majority for certain laws, 2/3 or 3/4 supermajority, 3/4 for various things. So the structure of the Constitution even supports the limitation and of the authority of the federal government where it has no authority, which is primarily the Bill of Rights, and that only applies to the federal government. The freedom of the press is in the state constitutions. Now, interestingly, the press is far different now than it was then. The ideas of plagiarism and honesty in the press was not. It was biased back then. There were Whig papers and there were Federalist Tory papers. But the distinction was there. Now, when we look at my case, look at the Pentagon Papers. They did not go after. They just wanted to quash the New York Times and the other papers from publishing the Pentagon Papers, but they, not criminally, they just tried to suppress the information. The only person liable was the one that Daniel Ellsworth, who turned himself in after the trial, the hearings on civil, not criminal, civil hearings on the Federalist Papers that went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, well, they have every right to publish. Well, in my case, I should have every right to publish, and I was charged by the federal government. Now, the only one that would be criminally responsible, which they were trying to hold me to criminal, I was not a civil trial, mine was a criminal trial. Mm-hmm. But if we compare it to Federalist Papers, I'm a little guy, so I'm different. Not the source of the information, which is the criminal side. I was the criminal. So you can see how the government manipulates things. If you're big and can afford attorneys, the government's going to charge you one way. If you're little and can't afford attorneys, they'll charge you criminally in what should be a civil matter based on the Supreme Court decision. Mm-hmm. So, but things have changed. So I like to go back in history and look at these old cases. Barron versus Baltimore, that's between the federal government and the people. Within your state, you have what your people in your state wanted when they wrote their constitution. And we're not a player. We won't even hear this case. That's what they said. We won't hear the Barron versus Baltimore case. Their ruling was to say, we won't hear this case. So what happened to that now? You can be charged never having left your state, never have gone out of your state, never gone on federal lands, never in any way subjected yourself to to federal jurisdiction, and be charged with a federal crime. How does that work? In comport with those that rub shoulders with the founders of this country when they wrote those documents, mm-hmm. which is the reason for correcting the Constitution series that I'm working on now. That we need to understand what our relationship with the federal government is supposed to be in accordance with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and not the misleading shit that goes through the patriot community. Let's have a Second Amendment rally. You don't need one. You need a state amendment rally, whatever, what your state says about it. The federal government has no role in it. If you cross state lines with a firearm, maybe they have it. But if you're not in commerce, do they really have it if you cross the state lines? Don't we have the autonomy to go from one state to another without being a criminal for...
Hello? Your microphone cut off.
From the authority granted by the Constitution.
You're back.
What was I off for?
For like 2 seconds. For like 2 seconds, it just cut off for some reason.
Well, okay, let's make it clear. The patriot community is supporting the concept of absolute federal authority by calling it a Second Amendment rally.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
No, I have a problem with that.
I don't think like when it comes down to everything that I seen down in Virginia for that Second Amendment rally, I don't know if it was even so much the patriot community. I think it was just everybody in Virginia just showing up there. You know,
I think I wrote an article on my blog, fairly recent article about Virginia, talking about what the Virginia Constitution says. Mm-hmm. Why would they put it in their Constitution? Why would Virginia, who had to rewrite their Constitution after the Civil War and have it approved by the federal government before they became a state again? Why would they do that and allow that to be written in their Constitution when the authority wasn't Virginia's rather than the federal government? Now, if they went to D.C., that'd be different. That's federal jurisdiction. But they're looking the wrong way. They're legitimizing the federal encroachment of our rights by having a Second Amendment rally. And this goes back to the one I wrote about Texas back in the 90s.
Can't we get everybody
early 2000s? I don't know, a long time ago.
Like
The patriot community's got to look to their state as their defender. That was the whole idea. The state is supposed.
Oh, it went off again. Something's going on here where your thing just went off again. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear the volume. I don't know if anybody else can. We've been going like, let me wait and see if Gary Hunt comes back up. Could be having some technical difficulties. We've been going 4 hours and 49 minutes. We're coming up on 5 hours here. Let me see. Let me click and unclick this and just, wow. I don't know. Oop. Unmute, mute. I'm unmuting it. Hello? Something got cut off, but we're going on 5 hours, and I'm just using this StreamYard. Let me just give a call real quick and let them know what's going on.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah, we're jumping out. Okay, you're back. Something's bumping up, but we're also getting over on 5 hours.
I plugged my headset in. It still showed green, but
yeah.
If I was cutting out, it was.
Yeah, it's bumping up and down. Yeah, we're getting on like 5 hours. Yeah, you want to do this again next Sunday? Because I could do some research into your Second Amendment article, and really, I'd like to show that on the screen. We're going on 5 hours, and here's the thing: I'm going over live on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and D Live. And are you doing anything next Sunday? Because I could do a little bit of research because I haven't read your Second Amendment article, and you got your new Constitution article coming up. Do you want to come on here and talk a little bit about the Constitution and the Second Amendment next Sunday?
Yeah, let's do it again. I've got bad internet right now, real bad. I've got to reset the.
Okay, yeah, let's do it again. I'll send you a text message or give you a phone call. We've been going 5 hours now, and we want everybody to be able to tune in. So, I'll get together with you, and we'll plan to talk about your Second Amendment article and maybe the Constitution and your Constitution article maybe next Sunday if you're available. If not, the Sunday, whenever you're available. So, is that cool? We're having some kind of technical difficulties. Let me just want to give a phone call because I don't want to be rude and have everything get screwed up because let me see. Let me just give Gary a call real quick because if his internet's out, it's probably like a headphone issue because I've had this issue with headphones before. All right, we're giving a call over here. Hey, something's messed up with the whole thingy. I'll send you a message about maybe talking later this week or whenever you're available, especially on Sundays. Is that cool?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Something's going on here. That's why I just gave you a call because I got you up on the screen, but for whatever reason, the whole thing isn't whatever. But we went 5 hours, so that's pretty cool. We got a lot of information out there.
4.5, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. 4 hours and 52 minutes and 20 seconds. So, I'll do a little.
I told you we need some time.
Yeah, and I'd love to do it again because I really think what we got to do is dig into this Constitution stuff. And I'll tell you, I got no better than anybody but you to talk about that. So, let me. I'm going to shut this whole stream down. Everybody out there is saying thank you, awesome. We got a lot of people in the chat over here that are really happy and they've been joining us for a while. So, hey, have a thanks for tuning in, and I'll get together with you later in the week, and maybe we could talk together next Sunday. We'll plan something, but really, you could do me a big favor, but with all these articles, I'll check it out to really get a little bit more information. Like I said, in layman terms, the Constitution sometimes just goes right over my head. And this is the thing that I think it's important for everybody to be putting out there rather than getting involved in a lot of these things. And like you said, you got to be aware of reporting and going out there with this and that. But maybe we'll shoot. I'll talk to you. I'll send you a message, and we'll shoot for or I'll give you a phone call, and we'll shoot for maybe next Sunday or whenever we got some time, because Sundays are great for me. I got off from work.
Same time, same place next Sunday.
Okay, next Sunday. That sounds great to me. I'll talk to you next Sunday. That'll be great. We'll just and
I'll send you some. I'll tell you what. I'll send you the articles instead of the links. It might be easier.
Okay, yeah, do it through my email. We're I think people can hear us right now for some reason, but I'm going to shut this down because we're getting up on 5 hours. So everybody out there, just say a message. You want to say goodbye to everybody, and thanks for tuning in real quick? Let me put you on speaker.
Oh, yeah, thanks for thanks for tuning in.
There's 20 years of trying to bring things to light. Every time there's an opportunity, I'll take it, and I'll be obliged with understanding in what I return.
Okay, so I'll hit you up this week, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do next week.
Okay,
All right, thanks, Gary, and that was Gary Hunt from the Outpost of Freedom. Thanks everybody for tuning in the broadcast, and Mr. Spinks, Monkey's Cat, John Calla, everybody out there, thanks for tuning in to the News Time Live broadcast. God bless each and every one of you, and we'll talk to you later. Thanks for watching.